Now, GSL CK starts, and they're doing team draft, the Korean stream.
으로 들어가게 됩니다.
그러네요. 이게 아무래도 근데
네.
어쩔 수가 근데 딱 저는 뭔가 이 전체적으로 밸런스가 괜찮은 것 같고요.
Maybe I can show you guys what
제가 또 아까 말씀드렸던 젊은
happening.
피 위주로
네.
딱 젊은 피 지금 2명 남았죠? 딱 말 안 해도 딱 젊은 피가 딱
네,
2명이 남았기 때문에
젊은 피 2명 남았습니다.
젊은 피
네.
버니 크리에이터 지명하게 되겠습니다.
아, 젊은 피 버니 크리에이터가 가게 되면서 김유진 선수는 클래식 팀으로 자동으로 가게 됐고 살짝 이제 솔라 팀이 지네어가 버니와 SOS 바뀌었다면 지네어 전체가 들어갈 뻔했지만
그러네요.
네, 이번에 김유진이 반대쪽으로 가게 됐고 팀 선정에서 이기고 싶다는 게 좀 많이 느껴집니다.
그래도 저희가 토스가 좀 적다 보니 아무래도 팀플에서 조금 불리해 보이는 느낌이 있는데
아, 그렇죠. 그리고
그래도 저기는
Hello,
토스가
Cyclones.
있거든요.
Hello.
왜 이렇게 많아?
그러네.
Hello,
토스가
Ogun.
지금 4명이어서 팀풀 배치를 좀 잘해야 될 것 같고
아니
이제
메이트 토스 사기라면서 토스 한 명도 안 뽑네?
I think they're complaining about there being too many Protosses. I can try to translate what they're saying for you guys, though they have the auto translate if you go to their channel.
모이면 그렇죠.
But the teams are out. Yes, that was very quick. Like it's classic hero ByuN, Shin, Zoun, SOS versus Solar Maru, Pure Rogue, Bunny Creator. It was very similar to the last time, no? That was like nearly the exact same team as last time. I feel.
이렇게 되면서 솔라 팀과 클래식 팀이 정해졌는데 지금 제가 볼 때는 김도우 선수가 여기서 확률이 높긴
Classic versus Team Solar.
김도우 선수가 친하기 때문에 뽑을 확률이 하긴
I wonder which team is stronger here. I feel like it's very even overall. But I would say that I slightly prefer Team Classic. Because it feels like Classic and Hero are at the top of their forms right now. That's gonna be very scary to deal with. Last time Classic won like 6 or 7 series in a row. 6 or 7 games in a row. Something like that. Completely cooked Team Maru. What's up, Syntax? Hello, hello. Me or the in-game music is a bit loud. Alright, so wonder if we're gonna jump right into the games or not. But before we jump into the games, I wanted to mention to you guys that to thank our sponsor Intel for sponsoring the GSL here. Without Intel, this would not be possible. So thank you to Intel, and also thank you to the Patreons on the Patreon GSL. If you guys have donated here, thank you so much. It would not be possible. This event would not be possible, and there will be more events. I'm allowed to tell you guys right now that there will be more GSL CK and there will be more regular GSLs. I know you guys want to see the what do you call it, the offline GSLs. Those will be coming, maybe in a slightly different format, but I'm not sure decided. But as a result of the Patreon support, we are having more GSL CKs and more regular GSLs. So yeah, so just thank you guys for support, and hope you guys are excited for the upcoming GSL stuff. Unfortunately, today we won't have any co-casters because of the time change. It's like very early in Europe right now. Right now it's like probably like 11 a.m. in Europe or so. And as we all know, 11 a.m. for pro gamers is like pretty much when they go to sleep. So I don't think we can have any co-casters today. Of course, if any pro players are watching and they want to cast, pretty sad. I get the feeling most pro gamers are. forgot to respond to a DM, damn. Bad. Bad about that. Or if I'm a procaster in my heart. Well, your heart is very appreciated, but it does not count in the corporate world. Corporate doesn't care about heart. Throwing it out there to see what you can catch. Yeah, I mean, I would love to have a co-caster at some point. Just because it gets tiring talking by myself for 4 hours, you know. It gets lonely. It's lonely, and I just feel tired. You know, I have to carry the whole cast at that. But if I have a co-caster, they can speak half the time, and I can just chill a little bit. Bit easier. But that's okay. I will power through no matter what. For the viewers, for the fans. I actually tried getting Astray to cast with me today. He said he would have if he wasn't so tired, so. Maybe next time. There is a next time. If I am casting next time, get Estrella on. Just talking into the void. Well, at least I have the soup chatters. I have the chatters and I have myself. And I have some oatmeal. Delicious oatmeal. I don't really like oatmeal, but really good at making me not hungry. ITV, that sounds familiar. Yeah, I grew up in Canada. Television channel? I think I watched Nickelodeon mostly. I don't think I ever watched YTV. Good for you, and it fills you up and tastes like Play-Doh. It's like slop. But I can handle the slop. They did a live protest asking for a co-host to speak to. Well, budget cuts, you know. I mean, usually I add peanut butter into my oatmeal, which makes it pretty tasty. Honest, peanut butter is so good. I don't know if you guys agree. But I like peanut butter a lot, so if I add it in, it's pretty good, but I was too lazy today. I had to stream. Cast GSL. No peanut butter. We might see Goblin later in the day, if he wakes up in time. Yeah, that's a fair point, Syntax. Crunchy peanut butter is the best peanut butter? I don't know. I just like my peanut butter smooth. I don't like mashed potatoes, you know. I want your mashed potatoes not to be lumpy. I want peanut butter to... So let's see what's happening with this match. Do we even know who it is? We do know the map order, but we don't know who is playing yet. Maybe it'll be on Ryung's stream. Check out Ryung's. He looks like he's watching a YouTube. I'm not sure if he's actually covering that. Wait, no, he's... I don't know what I'm looking at. I think he's looking at Solar stream. Who knows? So this format, I believe, is the format that we did last week, where if you lose, I think the players are random, and then if you lose, you get to pick your opponent. Something like who comes out next on your. I think it was something weird like that. and it would be a best of 7. Also, last time the format was so long, it took like 5 hours, and we got lucky. Like, got lucky that Classic went on a rampage and beat everybody, because otherwise the series would have went on for a lot longer. But it still went on like 5 hours. This time, I believe, we've shortened the format. I think the second set is a bit smaller now or something. I hope. I wonder if we're going to be able to finish all of this before the Wardy. That's the real problem. Because the Wardy Open is in like a couple hours. That's why it's so early today. Last time it was like at 7 p.m. Today it's 5. Trying to finish this before the Wardy event, so that everyone can play in the Wardy that wants to. I could also play in the Wardy, but I'm not sure if I have the energy after 4 hours of casting. We'll see. The Wardy Open. I actually have a very good track record in the Wardy Open, so I like to play. I also don't want to play if I'm just tired, because I'm bad. Yeah, it's like 4 hours away, but last time it was more than 4 hours, the broadcast, so I'm concerned. They've shortened it like they claimed they have. Fine. You never know in StarCraft. It could be like a 1 hour game. Or they could be all like 10-minute games. Kinda crazy. I don't think there's any other game in esports that can have such a variable duration of game. Had that right, but Counter-Strike is always like between 30 to 40 minutes. StarCraft, it could be, the series could be between 2 hours and 30 minutes. The best of 7. You have like SOS versus, was it Deer? The World Championship Finals. I think he went Proxy 2 gate like 3 times in a row or something. So the whole series was like 30 minutes or something. Then we have like Classic versus Sero recently. That was like very long, like an hour and a half, I think. So, never really know. Yeah, that's why they use games. So like after game 3, we do advertising segment. That's how they would do that ESL anyways. I don't know. But Soup wants, of course. I mean, for Soup, we have our sponsors all the time. Tell on my screen. And in the game, I should probably get rid of that window, by the way. Okay. Yep, good on Intel and of course the Patreons. The patrons. A lot of people were questioning, is GSL actually gonna spend that Patreon money? Here we are. So really glad to see that GSL is putting on some events. But we can get started soon. I don't know exactly. I mean, I think they are doing the drawing players. Check your young stream again. Let's see. Okay, they are actually drawing. Go to Rung stream. I can also show you guys, of course. What Rung is up to.
당신의 추억 속 모험지는
Okay, I'm getting an advertisement.
고목보다 많은 고난 사이에서 강인한 기사는 적과
Rung needs to
싸우고
add money as well,
위대한
guys.
기사는 자신과 싸웠다. 시간마저 길을
Right one.
잃은 이곳에서 사람들은 저마다의 답을 찾아 나왔다.
It's the right one.
거울의 숲을 다시 찾아보세요. 모험이 그리운 당신에게.
Intel supports GSL. That's right, Hajin. Intel is our official sponsor for GSL. Is it fun? Alright, let's see what Ryung is doing. Okay, as soon as the ad is over, I see a black screen.
빠르게 진행 한번 해볼게요.
Okay, it's Bunny versus Classic. I didn't need to open this at all. All good. So we're getting right into it. All of a sudden. Classic versus Bunny. Now, I think you guys might be thinking to yourselves that Classic is just going to dominate here. And while that could happen, I think Bunny has shown some really impressive results lately. So recently he beat Clem, the RSL. And he also beat me. I don't know if you guys think that's impressive or not, but I think it's impressive. He beat me. And he just had some just overall good results in tournaments. So I would not write Bunny off here. And in the bottom left, playing for Virtus Pro, and he's the team captain, Team Classic. It is Classic. And in the top right, we have Bunny. He is playing for... Wait, is he even on a team? I think he's on Team Falcons, but if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. It's Bunny. He's playing for Team Solar. Pretty normal opening from both players. No crazy proxies, really. We do see Classic going for a later scout. So I'm gonna nerd out a little bit here, but this later scout is a bit greedy. Reason is that if Bunny was going for something crazy like a 2-Rax Marauder proxy, then this scout would not be in time to not build a Nexus. So against 2-Rax Marauder proxy, you not want to take a second base. If it was a late scout, you you would already put down your base by the time you're scouting them. So that's why. Actually, Classic here, he is not scouting at all. So he's taking a pretty big risk here. But he must know that Bunny doesn't like the proxy. I think it's pretty spot on. I haven't really seen Bunny do any proxies as of late. Classic is taking a little gamble here at the start. Bunny just playing very standard. He's playing very safe as well because he's opening up with the Reaper. And yeah, the Reaper is just going to get some scouting information for Bunny. Let him figure out what he wants to do. Actually going to scout for a proxy. So we see the rally point is going towards potential proxy locations. Okay, he changed his mind. No. The Marine is going to check for just like maybe an early opening Zealot. Just getting ready for potential harass. Reaper is just checking for proxies like I said, but doesn't find anything of course, because as we all know, there are no proxies. He's going to check both locations for proxies. So this is why the Reaper is safer, not just because you can scout your opponent's base, but because you can check for all the proxies very quickly. With the Marine, the movement speed is too slow to check all the spots. So the Adept moving out across the map. This was a core first, so this Adept is pretty fast. Bonnie does not have 2 Marines and a Reaper or a bunker. He will be in some trouble, but we see the bunker. And he kept the Reaper home. Nothing to worry about here for Bunny. Of course, he didn't get the scout across the map because he was so focused on proxies. But right now, Classic could be going Stargate, he could be going Twilight. Bunny doesn't really have this information, which can be a little bit annoying for a Terran player. Actually gonna finish this Shay here. That's a bit wild. I feel like he's gonna lose the depth. He does kill an SCV, but that's definitely not worth it, right? I feel like that's a bit crazy from Classic. I suppose one worker is not bad though. You do see that Classic is already up. About 6 workers here. Pretty normal, but kind of sucks as a Terran player when you lose 1 worker. You're already behind 6 workers because of the way the matchup goes. So maybe it's not that bad for Classic. Take damage on this Hellion. It's really nice that Classic focus fired the Hellion instead of the Reaper. And the reason you want to do this is because the Reaper regenerates, so there's no point in really hitting this Reaper. It's just going to heal up. This Hellion needs to get either repair or it's just going to forever stay in the orange. Actually going to take more damage. It's very annoying for Bunny. Because this means that Bunny can't really scout with the Hellion like he wants to. He's just going to have to try to scout with the Reaper, but the problem here is that this Reaper is going to have a hard time scouting. He's going to check for a 3rd base. He sees that there's no 3rd. Right now, Bunny must be thinking to himself, like, you know, what's happening here? Maybe 3 gate or 4-gate. Maybe the Intel logo, yeah, that's poorly positioned. Well done by my chat. Good point, good point. But actually, the interesting part here is that Classic is playing a bit of a mind game. So most Terran players, they see no third base there, and they see Blink and a Robo. They're probably thinking to themselves that this is a 4-gate aggressive Blink opening, and that you have to be very scared. What Classic here is doing is actually he's going Storm and not building a Prism. So he's just pretending to go 4-gate Blink, but in reality he's just macroing up in a bit of a different way than most Pro Rust players would. Gonna take a bit of a later third, but in exchange he gets this really quick Storm. Means that if Bunny moves out, he's gonna have a lot of trouble making anything happen. Ideally for Bunny now, he takes a quick third base himself, but I think that's just impossible to know, right? Because right now you're thinking of 4-gate Blink, you're not gonna be taking a third base right now. 2 probes go down from the cloaked Banshees. Is there even an observer on the map right now? A second Banshee is coming at the same time, so he needs to be careful, but oh, there's so many stalkers in the main, just cleared that Banshee. Banshee is gonna get a few probes, but is it even gonna get anything? Is it gonna get out? This is a complete disaster for Bunny. He only killed 4 probes in exchange for 2 cloaked Banshees. That is, yeah, a complete disaster. I think what happened there was that Bunny was expecting, some stalker pressure across the map, but in reality, Classic had a bunch of stalkers at home, just chilling. So as a result, Bunny just got punished. Made an assumption where I guess he was not allowed to make that assumption. Tank's positioned here. I think Classic knows because he saw it was the observer that got scanned and killed. But he's gonna go for it, right? This is completely crazy, but okay, he doesn't even lose a single stalker, so not bad. Bunny is just taking a forward third base, so one of the chatters pointed out that Bunny is moving out, which seems a bit scary, but actually he's just posturing so that he can secure his third base on the low ground. Makes it a bit greedier and gives the Terran a bit more equal. I kind of like this move. Double drop from Bunny is heading out towards the main or third base. At the same time, we see these units kind of dancing with each other. Let's see if Classic is paying attention. Yes, he is. Just gonna get a few picks offs here for free. He's even gonna get a Marauder. The Marauder's just 1 HP though. Kills a low HP Widowmine, I think. Stem goes off. I mean, there's bushes here just gonna give Classic so much cover to just retreat. At the same time, this drop has not gone scouted yet. Let's see if Classic has anything in the main to defend this. He has absolutely nothing, so he's gonna have to warp in. But does he have warp ins right now? He has no money to warp in, really. The pro pull is not even happening. What is Classic doing? He's paying attention at the front because the storms went off. Bunny gets out with the tanks. At the same time, recall from the stalkers, I believe, happened. Defense is here. Is that enough stalkers, actually? It's a very close fight. Some zealot reinforcements, though, is going to make the difference. And actually, in the end, 15 probes do go down. But because Classic won at the front, is looking very scary. And Bunny is making the smart decision of retreating with the third base. Actually, Classic is not even moving out. So I guess in the end, a bit unnecessary. But you can't know, right? Drop in the main, completely cleared out. No medevac survived even in the corner. And yeah, this is looking very scary for Bunny. He is getting ghosts out, which is going to be a nice counter to these High Templar. But he doesn't have the third base down, which is really scary. Drop into the base. Not going to get anything done, of course. But this makes Bunny very scared now. Because now he has to keep units in the main until the Prism is spotted elsewhere. One very low HP High Templar has 200 energy. So that's 2 storms and a feedback. But if you can just snipe that High Templar somehow, that'd be really nice. This Prism is going to go into a different location. There is a missile turret here, but there is not a second one. Still going to be enough to scare him off. Scan goes off, doesn't actually find this observer, so that's very unfortunate for Bunny. Maybe he's actually going to get his Marines caught here. Barely saves it. The third base is now feeling safe enough to land itself. However, at this point, because of the eco difference, without having that third base, the supplies have gone into Classic's favor, and yeah, Classic really looking like he wants to set himself up for a big concave attack. We're gonna have this attack coming on here. The EMP goes off on the Prism, but the High Templar still have energy, of course. 5 high energy High Templar here. He needs to get an EMP on all that. There are no EMP energies left for Bunny. Oh, but these tanks are actually going huge here. High Templar are having trouble collapsing onto these tanks because so many units here for Bunny. Oh, that went really poorly for Classic in the end. These storms just like the spread was just too good for Bunny. The storms did not land where he wanted them to, and yes, Bunny lost 12 workers, but at least he is alive with a big army. Maybe Bunny can now go across the map and some counter punch damage. Classic taking a 4th base. Of course, he's never committed to these pushes. He's always thinking of step. Bunny, on the other hand, I would say he should probably move out here and try to pressure this 4th, but it's always scary against Storm to move out because it's very risky, and Storm is very good at defending. So it looks like Bunny is just going to camp here. Now we do see Classic finally getting +1. So yes, Classic has done a lot of things well here, but his upgrades are quite late. So Bunny actually is going to have the upgrade advantage, which is rare in this matchup. So yeah, this is overall pretty good for Bunny if it weren't for the fact that his eco is just lagging behind. We can see Bunny is actually not producing workers right now. We'll see in a moment if that's a mistake or on purpose. It could be on purpose if he wants to go for a big push. Scouts this 4th base with 2 gases on it as well. I think Bunny should take this as a signal to go. When you see that many probes saturated at the forest, you know the Protoss is greeting up. Maybe this is your time to attack. And I think Bunny is going to agree with that. He's been setting himself up considering he's not building workers. His +1 armor is also just finished and no armory on the way. So Bunny is not thinking about that next stage. He is thinking about the current stage, which is to perhaps just demolish his opponent. This is a pretty scary army. If you look at the army supply, Bunny is actually nearly double. There's an observer here. This is very annoying for Bunny, because this means that his army is just very vulnerable to High Templar if his army is spotted. Zealot counterattack here, but the bunker is still here and doing damage. One Zealot here, not going to do anything. Maybe kills 1 worker, but that is not a good trade. This High Templar is kind of just waiting for Bunny. He's Classic really just trying to catch Bunny off guard here. Will it actually work though? I feel like Bunny's been pretty on point so far, but it's in the bush. Really fast reaction from Bunny. Now I'm really concerned because these 2 Colossus are being chronoed out and the Viking count is only at 4 or 6 right now. So if Bunny hits too late and these Colossus get out, this would be very dangerous. Ew, he just attacked his own Viking. That is maybe a nervous blunder from Bunny there. EMP goes off, hits the High Templar. That's really good for Bunny. There are of course 3 more High Templar here that he needs to EMP. It's going to be very tricky, but these EMPs land pretty well and these storms do nothing. So only 2 High Templar remaining. And there are still 2 EMPs, so that's definitely good enough for Bunny. But these Colossus are here now, and max supply from Classic does look very scary. Bunny, he doesn't seem very sure whether or not he should attack right now, but +2 is about to finish, so if he wants to attack, it should be for that, ideally. Perfect upgrade timing for Classic, but the EMPs go off on all the High Templars, so that's also very scary for Classic. This is a bit of a choke point for Classic. A Prism on the top with a Storm lands on the army. That is a very big storm against the Vikings as well. Colossus goes down, but there's still 1 remaining. Only 2 Vikings left to deal with this 1 Colossus. Classic gets right on top of the Vikings, kills it away, and overall, I think this was a very good fight for Classic. Trades were more or less even, however, Bunny was a lot more committed to this push than Classic was. Classic is sitting here with a very nice eco. Now, Classic did forget to start his upgrades during all this, so he's still on 2-1. But at the same time, Bunny also not really having any upgrades of his own to speak of. No armory. Not sure if there's even an armory on the map. So there's no 2-2 coming in for Bunny here. There is a 4th base, so Bunny is thinking about at least securing a little bit more eco. But without upgrades, I feel like this is just not going to end up well for him in the end. This game continues for a lot longer. Marine scouts the 5th base. But the Zealot Rambai coming in here. There's 1 Widowmine here, but they're not going to be enough. They need some bio as well. 1 Marine here. Gonna just get demolished by 4 Zealots. Zealots are going in for the mule. Luckily that mule is already nearly expired. At the same time, Classic moving out to the middle now that Bunny is out of position. This base is in a bit of trouble. Gonna lift it off. And yeah, there's not much you can do once these High Templars get in position. You just have to lift off and run away. But is it actually gonna die? You need to repair that, Bunny. You need to repair it. That's gonna die. And that is an absolute disaster. At the same time, he's actually going to try to kill a base of his own, so maybe Bunny is going to get a bit of a counter punch here. Classic feels like he needs to go right now because he lost his base. Bunny landing some nice EMPs, but there's so many High Templars. He needs to EMP those High Templars. Are there enough EMPs for that many High Templars? I don't think there are. Natural is getting under fire here. Zoning storms from Classic on the right side where Bunny's army is. Very annoying for Bunny to deal with these zoning storms. These probes in a bit of trouble, but that's not too important right now. What's important is this natural is dying and Archon even in the mineral line there. These two Vikings are just gonna get absolutely destroyed. He's gonna run in with the SMBs, but that storm was just completely massive there. There's not enough EMPs for all these stormers. And that is just a disaster. Classic is gonna take position inside of Bunny's base. Yeah, what can Bunny really do here? Needs to get a surround maybe, but Classic is gonna blink forward. Maybe that's a bit overzealous because there's nothing covering the Colossus now. Oh, he's running in here. Another storm goes down on all the Vikings. Yes, the Vikings are gonna kill the Colossus, but this storm is doing so much damage. And Bunny just has to tap out GG. Yeah, that was a tough game for Bunny. I think it all went wrong with the cloaked banshees at the start, and from there Bunny was just in a tough position. Perhaps he should have sent his attack a bit earlier before the Colossus were out. Perhaps he had a timing, but hard calling. You see that Bunny, yeah, he was just kind of behind most of the mid game. Yeah, well done by Classic. Not too shocking, honestly. Classic has been doing really well lately in PvT. He beat Maru last week. He beat Kira last week. So not the most surprising result. I was surprised to see Bunny go for a cloaked banshees. Usually he likes to go for his Raven play. The Bunny trying to mix it up a bit, but sometimes these mix-ups don't work out. Just feel like he did not have the ghost count to counter that many High Templar as well. As long as you split up your High Templar, you need the opponent needs a lot of EMPs to cover every High Templar, and yeah, 7 High Templar against only 3 or 4 ghosts is always gonna go pretty poorly if you micro well as a Protoss. Looks like it's gonna now be Solar versus ByuN. Now that's a classic matchup, I feel like. I feel like we see Solar ByuN all the time, and they're always very close. These days, I feel like Solar has gotten a bit of a lead over ByuN. Solar being one of the best players, one of the best Zerg players in the world these days. Perhaps even the second best Zerg player in the world, arguably. Definitely top 3 Zerg at the moment. ByuN, he has been doing well, but haven't really seen that superstar performance that we can sometimes see out of ByuN in the past. But top left of Mothership, this is a 3-player map, and ByuN gets the top left spot. He's representing the Rebellions. It is ByuN. And the Blue Zerg, the bottom right, this is going to be playing for Team Falcons, and he's the team captain for Team Solar. Of course, it's Solar. Mothership is always a bit of a tough map to play on for pro players because there's always that little bit of RNG aspect to it that you cannot avoid. For example, this first Overlord could scout the wrong location start, which would be very bad. But in this case, Solar is going to get lucky and scout the correct position. It's going to expand here as well. ByuN is going CC first. This is one of the things about Mothership, is that you can play a greedy build and get away with it more often than not, because if your opponent doesn't all-in, he has to just gamble 50-50, and he's going to do that. ByuN is just going to go in a first. Counter to this build, I believe, is like a proxy hatch roach or something. But yeah, obviously that build is not possible. ByuN, very smart, not knowing that that's not a possibility. He's just going to play greedy here. So our second Overlord got the other location. Of course, he's going to find out that that leads very soon once this Overlord sees the CC first. Now, I think against CC first, it would be very ideal for Solar. Very ideal for Solar that he gets to scout it first Overlord, because that means he can probably skip lings. Normally you want 4 lings or even 6 lings against the first Reaper. Perhaps against CC first, third player can just skip them and build drones instead. Nice situation for the Zerg. This scouting RNG did make a difference. I believe Solar scouted that. Let's see, vision, yep, he scouts everything and he still starts up. Perhaps Solar a bit late to scout it, or decides that he wants 4 links to pressure across the map. Gonna take his third base. I wonder if he's gonna get speed or third base first. He's gonna get third base first. He does have the gas for speed links, but of course that third base is gonna be more important right now. There's no pressure coming across from ByuN for a little while due to this opening. Different ByuN reactor and a factory. Perhaps he wants to go for Hellions, but that is a bit awkwardly timed, so we might see something else from ByuN, or he's just gonna build like one and switch. Feels a bit weird. Maybe even a mech lab if he wants to play mech, but it's gonna be. I think he's just gonna go for 3 Hellions here. Airport on the way. So this is not triple CC. So sometimes we will see triple CC following up the first for maximum greed. Solar, a player known for his all-ins, it would be a bit scary to do that. So Overlord trying to scout later in the game for third CC or for, you know, Banshee tech or even Battlecruiser tech. Really important that Solar gets an Overlord scout in, even at the cost of the Overlord at some point. Solar a bit of supply block, but only for a few seconds. These links just chilling. Not much you can do with these links at the moment, of course, because these Hellions are faster than links without speed. Very passively. Like to see some creep connecting these two bases. Once these Hellions are out, it'll be a big nuisance if you're not connected. Creep. Solar, of course, building creep tumor here to start that connection. Ling here, just getting some scouting information. He's probably checking if there's already a third base or what units are available for ByuN. Gets to scout that there are Hellions. He knows that this is a Hellion opening. Medevac drop coming in with Marine, so this is very cool from ByuN. He's gonna go with Medevac drop into the main base. At the same time, 3 Hellions will go for drones. So this is going to be testing Solar's multitask. Only 3 links here. That's not quite enough. Solar, of course, knows this and pulls back right away. Only 1 queen is also not enough. He needs to get some more queens here. This is very annoying for Solar. He needs to sacrifice some links to push this away. Doesn't lose even a single Italians at the same time. Not really active though. I would have liked to see him perhaps at least a poke. But Solar did leave 3 queens behind, so it probably wouldn't have worked. Now he's now going in for some poking, but he's gonna go through 3 queens. That's pretty crazy stuff. He's gonna get right through there. Evo Chamber goes down, but does not kill anything. At the end, he does kill a few drones, but he loses perhaps all the Hellions. These links are going for that surround. This was, in the end, a very bad trade for ByuN. Same time, this Medevac just not really able to get any value. So this Spore Crawler is to drop into the main. Liberator coming in. But what is this Liberator truly going to do against Spore and a Queen? Just like ByuN's opening, I do like being active in the opening as a Terran, but didn't get much done. He's gonna go for an Overlord. Not really too bad for Solar to just lose an Overlord. It's gonna take forever as well. These Liberators do pretty much no anti-air damage, but they have Splash. So Overlord's gonna take, well, it's gonna get there one day. More racks is coming up from ByuN. He's gonna play Bio here. You see 1-1 on the way as well, lined up with stem. So I think we're gonna see a 1-1 stem timing here for ByuN. Be quite powerful. He's gonna have 3 medevacs even, because he got to keep that 1 medevac from the early game. Sling just scouting, seeing what's up, seeing if the third base is really important, and even checking how many SCVs are on the third base is really important. Just to check everything here. Really good scout from Solar. Even gonna get an SCV for his hard work. Very annoying. And this is a bit awkward for ByuN because he has more Marines than he has space in his medevac. So if he wants to run away, he's not going to be able to save all his Marines. Be very careful here. Medevac drop here, or Medevac army here as well. Perhaps going to link up with the main army instead of dropping into the main. Like, he is indeed just going to group up in the center before making an attack. But I feel like all of this is hitting very late. If it hits this late, the Zerg should have ample defenses. ByuN here probably just gonna try to get value with these units, not trying to kill a hatchery or anything. Trying to kill some Zerglings and push out them creep. Probably all he can manage with this kind of army. Solar supply looking very strong here with 81 workers, and this is a lot of Hydras. These Marines definitely cannot beat this many Hydras. Widowmine also not very useful against Hydras because the Hydras outrange it. There's no Overseer here yet, so not too easy to push into the Widowmines either. Same time, Liberator actually killed 3 drones. Really nice work from ByuN. Making sure that this Liberator still does something. There's no Spore here. These units still just kind of dancing with each other. It's very tough for both players here because they have to both pay attention. While that's happening, this Liberator is getting value. Even nearly gets a Queen. At the same time, ByuN is going to actually jump forward into these Hydras. A bit dangerous because there's so many Hydras here. This is a close fight to call. ByuN gonna have to eventually just run away after killing some Hydras. Don't know who that was favorable for. It looks like in the end, Solar is down 300 resources. But this is, you have to keep in mind, Solar has a huge eco lead right now. ByuN, he's actually not even taking the gases here, so he's oversaturated with no force base on the way. So despite the fact that ByuN has 70 workers, this is more like a 63 worker economy. So it's not as impressive for ByuN as it looks right now. Of course, Terran always going to be a little bit behind in eco in the mid game. Marines here, where are the units from Solar? They're coming a little bit late, so he loses 1 drone and a couple of links. Nice value pick off from ByuN. Only 1 medevac here is a bit scary for ByuN. I would like to see at least 2 more medevacs here, so that if your army is ever in danger, you can run away. Solar here, already ready for this medevac drop. ByuN, of course, is ready to pick it up. Army coming here on the left side. Is there enough units for the Zerg here? I think so. This Overseer is putting in a lot of work in these Widowmines. Will they even get to fire? Not even a single Widowmine gets to fire there, so that's a really good move by Solar. Hive is even on the way here, and a Lurker Den. ByuN is on a bit of a timer here if he wants to make anything happen, but that's gonna slow down ByuN so much. Huge mistake from ByuN there, losing his medevacs. Now, as ByuN, it's very hard to move out on the maps without medevacs. Every stem is gonna hurt a lot. He's gonna take his 4th base now, so ByuN is looking at the next stage of the game, but I think he's just a little bit late in comparison. Viper's already on the way. Lurker Den's already on the way. There's no Ghost Academy, there's no Siege Tanks to prepare ByuN for that next stage. It's gonna be very hard for ByuN. If Solar gets these Lurkers out, ByuN gonna try to go for a push here. Lots of Banelings and lots of Hydras here. I don't think ByuN can break this. He can maybe get some good Widowmine shots off. Gonna try and drop this base again, but Solar, he is ready with units. He's actually gonna re-drop down onto the low ground, but that is not really gonna work. Not really getting anything done there, ByuN. Throwing away some Marines here. At the same time, Solar's a bit out of position though. I don't know what happened there, but Solar, I guess that drop actually messed him up a little bit because out of position and these Widowmines get set up, getting some nice Widowmine connections, but also some nice Baneling connections. In the end, another fairly even trade for the Zerg, and that is good news for the Zerg because these Lurkers are now getting their upgrades out. Once they're out, without ghosts, without tanks, it's going to be an absolute disaster for the Terran. He's actually going to go add on 2 more starports, so ByuN is thinking of Liberators to counter these Lurkers. But Liberators are very expensive, and without the range upgrade, they are not the best. ByuN does have an upgraded lead right now. If he can make use of it, Solar's upgrade are quite late. So this could be a nice moment for ByuN to make something happen. Most players maxed out, but with an upgrade lead, that favors the Terran player. Lurkers are not out yet either. This is not enough Hydras. Things are coming, but where are the... Oh, the Vipers get sniped from ByuN. Solar just not paying attention to his Vipers. And he's gonna lose that base as well. Lurkers are starting up now, but he had to sacrifice a base to get the time. Now, I still think Solar is in a very playable position. He has the tech lead at this point, but losing those Vipers hurt a lot. Drop into the main. This is what happens when you lose your Vipers. You cannot defend these drops as easily as you want. Things are ready and on the way. 2-2 has now finished. No, not even done for Zerg yet. So this is a 2-2 versus 1-1 fight for the Terran. These Marines getting a lot of value. Right at the front is going out. Linus in the main, but ByuN with a very quick reaction deals with it with a single Marauder. Oh, these bailing shots, we need to see a lift off. He saves some units, but not all of them. Lurkers are now done, and another knight is coming out here on the top side. Does ByuN have the supply to deal with this? He needs Liberators if he wants to beat these Lurkers. Where are the Lurkers from Solar? I don't see them. They're in the Nidus Worm, I think. Nidus Worm is here. Is he going to unload these Lurkers? He's going to try to pressure this top base here, but Liberators are already here. The thing with Nidus is you can actually hear which direction they're coming from. ByuN heard the Nidus was coming from the top and just sets up some Liberators here. Very well done by ByuN. Another Nidus in the main. This is so noisy. Does he have any production building to deal with this? He does not. Just going to load up 2 medevacs, but that's 2 medevacs that are not in the main army, of course. Solar not really going to abuse that because his army is kind of just chilling here. He's sending his entire army to deal with 1 mine drop. I'm not sure how much I like that. I feel like you would rather be in position in the middle and just send like 1 ling there. And because you're not in position to pressure the Terran can move out on the map to get some more value. These Widow Mines are still alive as well. Solar being a bit sloppy here in terms of his positioning, and there's just no army units here. They're going to come in very late. Blinding Cloud goes off. A bit annoying for the Terran, but he's just going to lift off. And without any abducts to punish it, this is just a free value situation for ByuN. Solar here, he has to leave some units on top side because he doesn't know what ByuN is up to. This is the problem with leaving all your Lurkers in the Nidus. You can't use those Lurkers as a defensive tool, and you're just split off here. And is this enough units for ByuN's army? I don't think it is if ByuN micros really well. These Lurkers still haven't done anything, and they will never do anything unless the Nidus gets up. In a different position. Gonna push him out here, but I do think ByuN with a 3-3 upgrade lead, he can push there. ByuN, however, does not know the full extent of Zerg's army, so he can't push blindly. The Nidus gonna go up here, pressuring this newfound base, but ByuN is gonna spot this right away. These Lurkers again not doing much, and surprisingly, ByuN has not increased the Liberator count. I guess he thinks that Solar is not coming to Lurkers, which very well may be the case. Lightning Cloud goes off, but that is not going to save this base here. And he's going to be very annoying, drop into the main again, but there is a Parasitic this time. Parasitic Bomb does land, and it's going to kill... Not going to kill that low HP medevac. This is a bit tough for Solar to deal with, but then he cleans it up. Does he have enough units at the front, though? This is the real issue, with letting these drops into the main base. You're split up. It's very tough for the Zerg to win this fight with a upgrade deficit. This base is gonna get killed as a result of that main drop just distracting Solar. Solar is gonna try to retake this base, and he has successfully taken this base as well, but there are no drones yet, which means Solar is not getting the income he needs. These Liberators kind of left on their own though. Getting Liberator kills is always nice. Yeah, and he's going for another drop. He's so relentless on this left side. He's constantly punishing the fact that Solar does not have spores or creep here. He doesn't even have a spore here. This is such an open position, and ByuN has recognized that really well. But is this drop going to get punished because he needs units for defense? He's going to send these units back. Solar trying to go for a little bit of a Hydra-Link Bane push. We need to see units here from ByuN. These Liberators are going to get set up, and there's nothing Solar can do. This Nidus with Lurkers still unable to do anything. These Lurkers have provided 0 value for Solar this game. The big problem. Going to go after these orbitals and missile turrets, which is... always nice to annoy the Terran, but this is actually just a distraction for these changelings to get some Nidus worms in the base. They're all just distractions. You have to pay attention to this ByuN. You have to pay attention. There are still 8 Lurkers in his Nidus. He paid his attention, but it's too late. Nidus gets out, but there are Liberators here to defend. Solar too scared to fully send out all of his Lurkers because of these Liberators. Liberators were so clutch in the end. And Solar, he doesn't look like he has any intention of rebuilding those Lurkers. So it's going to be a Hydra, Link Bane, Viper game from Solar. But in these situations, as a Zerg player, you really need to prevent the Terran player from getting these outside bases up. 31 worker saturation, that's a bit questionable, but I guess you don't have anywhere else to put these SCVs. We need to see a 6 base from ByuN if he wants those SCVs to do something. Perhaps taking these gases would be well worth it. So the Nidus goes in, but with a Liberator, you can't really pop out into a circle. Solar once again out of position. ByuN just recognizing that Solar is out of position. He's going to lose the base. Solar decides that he is gonna just lose his space, and maybe you should just take the center here as a Zerg player. Another knight is going up, but I feel like ByuN has been so on top of it ever since these liberators were positioned here. So we're trying to catch these units, but can you really catch the Terran here? Has 3 medevacs to lift off. The Vipers are not here to abduct. Vipers are much slower than the Zerg army, so these units are not punishable at all. Widow Mine's gonna get reset as well in the middle. This is very annoying for Solar, and these Widow Mines are just continuously getting value unless you deal with them. Solar are gonna deal with that one. These Niduses are just never gonna do anything. He's trying to get ByuN to slip up with these Niduses and get an attack on these bases, but not falling for it. If anything, Solar is the one getting a bit tricked here in the end, but ByuN not paying attention, pays attention last second and does save most of his army. Good reaction time from ByuN. 4 Vipers here. Are there any ghosts to EMP these Vipers? There are not, but these Liberators are in huge trouble. I think we really need to see some ghosts at this point. Okay, the ghosts are here, lagging a bit behind. Gonna get some snipes off on the Hydras, really nice value. And at the same time, Solar did try to poke in here, but with 3 Liberators set up, there is nothing you can do. Nothing Solar can really do. He needs to get more abducts off on these Liberators if he really wants to make something happen. A little bit of pressure going off here. Solar, I mean, I feel like he's not able to get Aaron to split off his army very much. Sure, he keeps trying these Niduses, but they work. Gonna try to attack here at the 5th base, but the scan goes off and ByuN knows exactly what he's dealing with. Liberators are setting up as well. Nidus does get up, but against these Liberators, is this just a trap? Is this just a trick by Solar, by ByuN to just let these Niduses get up? Drop here at the top. He's gonna kill these medevacs, which is really nice. Greens are in a bit of trouble. The change is even kind of blocking them. ByuN trying to get pressure across here. This is a bit of an overextension from ByuN. I think it is bad observing by the observer, but the Liberators actually kind of getting away there. How did the Liberators get away there? Do not know. But I feel like those Vipers could have got way more abduction. He's going to continue pushing into these circles. It's a very scary push. There are enough Hydras here to clear out the Liberators. I don't know. Failings have taken out these Marines. There's not being split up. Planetary stays strong though. That was a really good trade for Solar, and as you can see, Solar is down 12,000, but that was probably a positive trade for him finally. But he needs way more than that. I mean, if ByuN remaxes again, we're gonna run into that same problem where the Zerg is just gonna have a hard time trading. Solar trying to take the rest of the map, but it's not like Solar has enough workers to even saturate these bases. ByuN moving out with another drop here. He wants to cancel these outside bases as much as he can. Not want to let the Zerg get away with that. Actually, he's going to deal with his Nidus. Can't believe that Nidus is actually still alive. I don't know why you need to send a full drop for that, but nevertheless, I guess it does a trick. Solar here, still sticking to Hydraling Bane. It feels like this is just the Zerg comp that never seems to fail. That weight of my shut. Another really good value. I mean, I feel like without siege tanks, you can play this comp continuously. Vipers are going to land some very strong abducts onto these units, and these planetaries, it's just going to stand strong though. Does ByuN have the armor upgrade on his buildings? He does, I believe, have the upgrade, so these planetaries are very hard to kill. Huge mule hammer from ByuN. And yeah, he sets up his 6th base here. I mean, Solar really needs to stop this from happening, but look how many circles there are here. Do you want to push into these circles? He has 2 abducts, so that's 2 less circles. It's very nice for Solar. And with only 2 circles remaining, this is enough Hydras to clear this up. I believe it is enough Hydras, and does ByuN have his army here? They are coming from the south side, but this planetary is going to stand strong once again. There are not enough banelings to blow up the planetary. That is the real issue here for Solar. Like, you cannot kill these planetaries with just Ling Hydra. You need something that does a lot of damage very quickly, otherwise the repair is just too powerful in combination with that armor upgrade. Kind of be annoying with a Ling harass, but ByuN always on top of it. This is a bit of a scary move here because of that fungal. He does not. Whoa, he fungals his own Hydra. That is a very questionable fungal from Solar. Getting a bit caught off guard here. Now he's going to lose everything. Now imagine if he got that fungal, this would be a completely different situation, but instead it is ByuN who takes a base and an infestor and gets out with all of his units. Liberated harass. This is so annoying for Solar. He doesn't have enough Hydras in position here. These medevacs are gonna come back in even. Same time, ByuN is everywhere on the map. He's liberated harassing. He's canceling this base. He's attacking this base. Solar is not in position. He's gonna lose both bases. Scans for this base. He knows it's here. Solar, he's gonna split up his army to defend, but he's gonna have to fight up this ramp. It's a bad trade for Solar. He's gonna just be able to pick off if ByuN just picks up and runs away. It's always gonna be bad. The Hydra lunge being kind of useful though. When you see that pick off, a bit of a late pickup by ByuN. I think he got greedy with those snipes. And his units are now trapped, actually. This turns out to be bad for ByuN. He should have escaped onto the top side and out to the left. Now these Vipers are going to get these medevacs. This ends up being a good situation for Solar. Of course, not the end of the world for ByuN. He has plenty of eco to back this up. Going to take his 12 scas even. This is not the end of the world for ByuN. He has so many minerals in the bank. He needs to somehow spend that. Solar recognizing that there are just not enough units here for ByuN. There's no units at all, and this planetary cannot get repaired because of the surround. ByuN was too busy attacking the left side, but when the Zerg has more bases than you, is this a good trade for a Terran? I don't think it is. Solar wants even more. He's going to go for these orbitals now. ByuN, he has his defense somehow. Are there Vipers here to back up these Hydras? There are no Vipers, so these circles are going to go absolutely massive. So many circles. There are a million circular, I don't know what the units call. I'm just going to call this circlers now. Circles are just everywhere. I mean, you need lots of Vipers to deal with this. Where are the Vipers from Solar? I think they're just getting energy because they used the parasitic bomb on those medevacs earlier. Need to see these Vipers group up with his army if he wants to fight. Scan goes off here, just checking for burrowed thing, denying that base. You need to see a base come down here, but it's going to be orbital instead of a planetary. This creates another weak point for ByuN. Lurker is still alive. Still kind of doing something, I guess. I mean, not really, but... the circlers are here. He's going to make a billion circles in the middle of the map. What can Solar do? He has 3 full energy Vipers. Are there any ghosts to EMP these Vipers? There are not. Solar could take this fight, but where are these Vipers going? Where are these Vipers going? You cannot just run away, Solar. What are you doing, man? Without Ghost here, Solar had a huge opportunity, but he was probably a bit distracted here. Lurker's killing a drop by ByuN. Chaotic game here. Liberator just doing some more harass as well, always being annoying. That is a very ambitious that is from Solar. I don't know what that was, but I guess you can always try. Yeah, the real problem here is there's no planetaries in orbital. How do you defend an orbital? It's gonna be very tricky. He needs all of his units here. ByuN's supply looking very weak right now. His eco is only 45 because he lost his base earlier. The bank by Solar is also very huge. There are a lot of Vipers here to deny these circle machines from circling up the enemy army, and this is gonna be some more Viper pickoffs. In the end, not too bad for ByuN, but the problem is his supply can never reach 200 so long as Solar keeps pressuring, and if you cannot reach 200 supply, you are going to get overrun at some point. Solar doing a really good job of keeping the pressure up. Nice fungal catching off 2 more ghosts. That's a very expensive pickoff. Gonna at least kill the infestor in return and get some good value on the lings, but another 3 medevac drop. ByuN is relentless with his drops this game. It's crazy how many drops he's doing this game. At the same time, middle is exposed. It's really hard to reposition these liberators of Bailey's kill a bunch of Marines and Ghosts. Drop is coming. It's a bit annoying for Solar, but he can always run these drones away and just give up a base temporarily. He is going to pull back his whole army, so mission successful for ByuN, buying himself time with this drop. ByuN, of course, he wants to be even more damage. He wants to get Solar while his pants are off. Spedifac's getting away, and this space is a bit exposed, but these units are red HP. This is going to die to just even a single Baneling hit. The Solar has absolutely nothing in position here, so a nice play by ByuN to get at least a little bit more value here with that distraction at the top. Solar now forced to leave units at the top. This base gets scanned. ByuN does want to kill it, but his units need to heal first. He needs to wait. Lings and Hydras and Banes in the middle. These Liberators are very exposed. Can Solar capitalize? Is he paying attention? He is paying attention. Those are some free Liberators for Solar. No backup for the Liberators is big trouble. Small Ling harass. I love Solar just being annoying here, putting a lot of pressure on ByuN on his multitasking. Now we're going to see even a bigger attack. Oh, I don't know about that, Solar. That's a huge bio army. Yes, ByuN's worker count is very low, but that means he has a huge army. Maybe we need to see a transition back into lurkers, because look how many bio units he has. I mean, Many ByuNs can be tricky for Hydras to deal with. 2 Lurkers gonna try to secure this base here. If ByuN has a scan available and he scans, it's gonna be a free base and free 2 Lurkers for him. But it's all gonna depend on whether or not he's paying attention. He is paying attention. Lurkers still get some value, but they are gonna lose the base. Attack at the top is so hard to deal with just Ling Bane Hydra. So many Marines here. Can the Banelings really get on top of all this? They can't. Huge mine shots going off on the Lings. This is the problem when you have this much Byu. You need something else to deal with it, or you need a really strong surround. But how can you get a surround in this position? You cannot get a surround. And now he's gonna attack into this. Oh, huge fungal going off here. That's how you maybe get a fight. Are there enough Banelings to really make this work though? So many Hydras as well. A very close fight indeed. There are no Banelings really remaining. You need to snipe those Banelings, ByuN. Snipe those Banelings. He doesn't snipe those Banelings. A huge shot goes off. We do not see the Baneling snipes that ByuN is famous for, and as a result, loses 20 or so Marines. Reinforcements come here. This is a nasty choke. The Widow Mines get picked up before firing, so that ends up being a very close fight. The Lings are flooding in, but so many benefit killing here. The Lings are not doing that much. The Hydras have to do all the work, but they are doing all the work, and these Lings are just never going to stop. Look at the bank. Gonna have an infinite reinforcement of Lings during all this, and yeah, this looks quite devastating for ByuN. He has no bases left. He's gonna try to take base with a Mule Hammer, but just not quite enough. Solar a bit starved on gas. He's just gonna have to rely on Ling Hydra against Marines. It's not a good situation for the Zerg, but I think he's just done it. He has done it. This Mule Hammer is gonna get shut down by Ling Adrenal Lind. What is it called? I don't know what the upgrade is called, but the Zergling upgrade that makes him really strong is out, so those mules are gonna get devastated. And with only 5 ghosts left, Solar takes the victory. So that means that is now 1-1. Solar with 1 point on the board, Team Classic with 1 point on the board. Very long 30-minute game. Looks like I'm gonna be here for a while, guys. Yeah, that fungal was huge. I think ByuN needed to scan himself to check for those infestors, but it's hard to remember to do that sometimes. I'm gonna take a short break, guys. That was a long ass game. BRB. Oh yeah, I can show the army graph. You wanna see it? I'm gonna BRB. BRB. Crazy game there. I'm eating some chocolate. Some energy. We're actually going to see a 2v2 match here coming from the show match. Quite cool to see some 2v2. 2v2, of course, is a lot more popular than it was before, thanks to Uthermal and his 2v2 tournaments. So it's really cool to see some 2v2 coming out here. It's gonna be Maru and Solar versus Shin and Hero. It's gonna be a very interesting match. I think I do believe Solar plays a lot of 2v2 tournaments. And he's done quite well in them. I think he's won some 2v2 tournaments with ByuN, or whether it was I do believe Solar has won some tournaments with ByuN or something. Hero also has done pretty decently. Don't like this 2v2 map. I feel like this map is yeah, I mean I think it's actually pretty big in my opinion. Like there's a lot of bases. I feel like this map usually goes into macro. I mean, okay, they're not that many bases, but whenever I play this map, it always goes macro, so to me, it feels big. Very easy to secure 3 bases on this map. Even 4 and 5 bases on this map is very easy to secure, because they're all so close together. Which is why this map tends to lead to macro, but the outer bases, of course, very hard to secure. So this map usually ends up being a contestation between those outer bases. Of course, 2v2 is also very well known for crazy all-ins. These days in 2v2, Protoss and Zerg combo all-in is very strong, where you go Stalker Ling on 1 base or 2 bases. That is a very popular all-in at the moment. As we see Protoss Zerg versus Terran Zerg. Now, Terran Zerg is a questionable team choice because usually you just want a Protoss on your team because you can have Oracles, which are really good, or you can have Blink Stalkers, which are good at just taking control. I don't really feel like doing 4-player introductions, so let me just do it like this. Hold on, the score is 1-2. So this is Team Solar on the bottom right, featuring Maru and Solar. They're the boys in blue. It is Team Solar. Not the best serving there. And on the top left, we have Team Classic, and they sent out Hero and Shin. Hero, of course, recently picked up by T1, which is very exciting news. Hero not building a probe. Was that just... Oh, he's... Wait, what? Why was he not building a probe? Hero forgetting to build a probe. Huge start from Hero here. Yeah, I mean, it was just for like 2 seconds, so it doesn't really matter, but a bit unusual, I feel like. This sent his probe out right away, so maybe he just didn't have the money. Solar here, he's gonna take this base. He wants to expand here, of course, but Solar, Hero blocked Solar from expanding there. Don't want to take this base because Maru wants to take that base. Solar, being a nice, considerate teammate, is gonna take this base here. Shin, on the other hand, taking this middle base. No blocking coming from Team Solar, so he can just take whatever base he wants. They're trying to be annoying here. Maybe he can try to block this base as well, but Hero decides he just wants to run away and check this base. Overlord is following this Overlord. He's pinging here, so Team Classic here, Hero and Shin are pinging here. Now I think he wants to proxy something there. That's why they're pinging. But what do they want to proxy is the real question. Hero here opening 2 gates, so obviously some aggression perhaps coming out of Team Hero Shin. Gonna proxy right here. Maru scouts it right away. Maru knows Hero, man. Maru knows Hero. Knows how he thinks. And this proxy gets completely shut down. Just gonna finish it anyways. Go for these overlords. Very annoying for Solar, actually. Can't even go to the high ground because Shin is following with his own overlord. This is a nice little combo from Shin and Hero. Reaper just trying to get more scouting information. This pylon does get cancelled, so whatever hero was thinking, it's gonna be harder for him to pull it off. He is looking like he still wants to all in. We do see Bailing Nest coming out from both players, so both players are looking to do something aggressive. Spine coming from Solar. I think Solar knows that this all in is happening. There's so many coming across the map right now, and 2 Adepts here to back it up with 2 Stalkers. So somewhere already at the front here. This is so annoying for Team Solar because this base is so far forward. How do you defend a base that's this far forward? It's going to be very hard. Maru here, not many units to support. The Spine gets jumped on. It gets surrounded by the Lings, and these Lings are a bit out of position as well. Very annoying for this Team Solar here. Banelings are being morphed. We need to see some Banelings from Solar as well. He's going to give up the base. Is that even a legal move? Because if he gives up this base, you're going to be down a base. Of course, Maru is up a base against Hero, so maybe it's fine. Attack is not over yet. Bunker comes up here. It is done and ready, but there are Banelings to bust it. Banelings to bust it. Are you gonna bust it? He does get the bust. Not quite down yet, but there are 2 more Banelings there, and does kill that. There are a lot of Lings remaining here for the Solar. This is a chaotic fight. Where are the backup Lings from Shin? We need to see some backup. But Maru himself is able to back up. He's building a tank, but that tank is only halfway done. 1 tank is already here, though. Maybe this is a defense. This tank is so crucial here. Can you jump on this tank? There are 2 Banelings covering. It's going to be very difficult. Hero here. He does have a proxy gateway located at the front. 2 tanks here is going to be so hard to break. Oh, they're sending it. They're sending it. They're sending it now. These Banelings are going to get on top. Ah, huge connection there as well. These tanks get obliterated. Ah, the tanks need to be covered better there. The Solar not able to fully cover those tanks is going to be huge disaster. And this base is forfeit. Solar's base is also forfeit. This base is going to have to lift off. Siege tank is on the way. Maybe Maru can survive here if this tank gets up. It's gonna get up, but it's too late to siege. We need to see a mass repair coming in here from Maru, but that is not good enough. And this game is completely over. Huge connection goes off on Solar Zerglings as well. So worse gets even worse here, and this is just over here for Maru and Maru and Solar. It's just over. Bailey gets another big connection as well. These Stalkers just cannot get stopped. Tank is coming out, but I mean, not gonna be good enough, right? There's too many workers that have died. Gonna have to see the tap out here in a moment. Maru on 3 supply, but has yet to leave. Bit of copium coming from Team Solar here, but PG gets called. Nice little all-in from Team Classic there. Like I said, the Stalker Ling all-in is very powerful these days. If you don't know what to do against it, instead, I think what Maru needed to do there was actually play 3 racks, perhaps. If you play 3 racks, you have enough bio for the Lings. If you get 2 or 3 bunkers, that can kind of counter the stock. 3 racks could have been a potential play there. I think it's really tough for the Zerg to do anything as well because of the offensive banelings. Really hard for Lings to do anything. I do think if Maru had 1 more bunker there with those 2 tanks, get a hold. That bunker was not yet to finish, and the second tank was not quite sieged up. And I think Solar could have covered a bit better as well. Some small mistakes coming out from Maru and Solar, and in 2v2, it's kind of expected that you're going to make a lot of mistakes. Because you just haven't practiced it that much. Gonna be Hero again, I think. Playing against perhaps Rogue or Shin. Probably Rogue. We're gonna see Hero versus Rogue match. Game is now loading up here. It's gonna be a Rogue versus Hero. Hero representing Team Classic and Rogue representing Team Solar. In top left in the blue. I don't know what team he's on. I think he might be on Falcons. It's gonna be a Rogue. But someone should double check me on that one. And Hero on the bottom right. He's playing for T1. Already sending a probe out on the map. Not gonna do the full introduction. Curious if this is going to be a proxy, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be a proxy. See Hero going for a hero wall and going for a block. Now Rogue really likes to play 15-15, it seems like. He seems to play this. And the benefit with 15-15 is that usually you can take this base, but Hero goes so early that you can't. So he's going to have to settle for this base. Hero, of course, scouting it right away. The reason you want to check, because this drone could go across the map and make a proxy hatchery. Don't want to allow that, so Hero, check, make sure the base actually goes down. See the development of the beautiful Hero wall. I guess this is the choke point for the unit, but it looks, I guess it looks fine. Hero always going for his unique wall. 2 drones being pulled off to deal with a harassing probe. That's a bit. Rogue must be very angry right now. Yeah, I feel like Hero is just unstoppable in PvZ lately. It's gonna be very tough for Rogue to win this match, I feel like. We do see Rogue sometimes absolutely pop off. Sometimes he plays like an absolute legend, sometimes he plays a bit poorly. So let's see what Rogue shows up today. Hero likely to play Stargate here. Standard for Protoss these days, just to play Stargate into Oracle. What I expect to see here. Rogue these days has been experimenting with a lot of late game Ultralisks. Ultra Infestor. Can be quite powerful if you get there. Hero is saving up gas for that Stargates. So we're not gonna see anything crazy like a glaive attack. 4-gate glaives or whatnot. Chasing that away. There's a Rogue gonna take its third base in a moment here. We're seeming in just in a very standard game so. This adept is going to shade across the map. Did Hero chrono out both adepts? No, he's just going to chrono out one adept. Hero does not want to overcommit adept pressure. Rogue here. Setup was 2 lings and 2 queens. Should be enough to deal with a single adept. Void Ray coming out from Hero action, not an Oracle. Hero trying to deny scouting information from Rogue at the very start of this game. This adept gets nothing done, but at least he scout on drone count. So if you see drones here, you know you're being link flooded. So Overlord's going to be in trouble momentarily once this Void Ray is out. This is kind of the trade-off of Void Ray versus Oracle. With the Void Ray, you get to kill at least 1 Overlord. With the Oracle, usually you get 2 drones. Void Ray going to defend base. The Overlord, so that means no scouting for Rogue, but of course Rogue should know that because of the Void Ray, you don't really have to respect immediate Oracles. You can kind of delay your spores. thrown up a bit harder. I'm gonna go for Evo Chamber. So I think Rogue's thinking of going +1 melee here. I really like this decision by Rogue because a lot of Void Ray builds can be something weird like a Tempest Rush or Glaives. I mean, against Glaives this would be quite bad for Hero, but I mean for Rogue. But if it was like something like a Tempest Rush, +1 melee Zerglings are actually quite good because you can pressure the third base very hard. The Tempests are not very good at dealing with the links. Oracle comes out, doesn't really kill much. It's 0 drones so far, so because he goes Oracle second instead of Void Ray Oracle first, he already has a Spore and 2 Queens there, and Oracle just thing. Gonna try to deny this base again, but possible. Second Oracle from Hero, so it looks like Hero is just gonna play standard. Rogue scouts all of this, of course. He knows that this is not something weird like Glaives or Beacon. Aw, Spore is so late here. Wait, what? Turn on your beam, Hero. Hero really slipping out. He kills 0 drones there. I think he should have got 3 drones there. Instead he kills 0. I don't know what happened. Hero maybe a bit sleepy because of the early start time. Void Ray is gonna kill a Creep Tumor. Uncharacteristically sloppy play from Hero so far, to be honest. A bit shocked by that. This is nice clearing the creep though with the Void Ray and Oracle together. Eco-wise, Hero has done really well for himself eco-wise though. Rolling up very hard, and at the same time Rogue has not been droning up very well, I feel like. Look at the units lost. Okay, Rogue has lost some units, probably lost some links and a few drones here and there. This Queen is in trouble. Rogue, you need to pay attention. He's not. Poor drone, he's gonna lose a second drone, I think. Oh, these drones are not being paid attention to. He's trying to do something here, but he gets the huge disaster from Rogue. He's trying to do something, but does not anything happen. At the same time, he's just losing stuff at home. This is a complete disaster for Rogue. I feel like his macro was also perhaps not on point. His worker count just seemed very bad. Not entirely sure what happened there with Rogue. This is just a complete disaster. +2 melee is going to be very quick here for Rogue, and he's going up against Blink Stalker, so this is exactly what Rogue wants. But with this big of a disadvantage, I'm sure it really matter. Rogue trying to catch up on drones desperately, but he needs Lings now because the Stalkers are coming across the map. He needs Lings to deal with this, but he's still droning up. Does he have actually enough Lings to deal with this? This looks like a very small army from Rogue. With Oracle support, these Lings are going to get absolutely crushed. With Depths just scouting the drone count. This is very smart by Hero. He doesn't want to overcommit. Wait, he finishes the shade. Hero, what are you doing, man? Sacrifices 2 Adepts for nothing, but it's still going to be trouble for Rogue because of these Oracles. These Force Fields not doing much. There's huge surround on these Stalkers. Beautiful surround by Rogue. These Stalkers are getting absolutely destroyed. Nice stasis trap, but Rogue pulls away most of his units. And Hero really messing up the execution on this attack. It's still going to be difficult though. Still going to be absolutely very difficult. This proxy gateway is going to add a lot of pressure. Another Link surround. Can you blink away? He's going to blink away. Can't get the surround on the ramp. These Lings are doomed to die because of the stasis trap. So 3 Lings get caught out for free because of the stasis trap. Rogue trying to get into Hive even, but that's going to be very difficult with all this pressure that's happening. Stasis trap gets only 1 Zergling. Beautiful micro by Rogue here. Tries to blink to the bottom, but the bottom is kind of not a good place to blink into. He needs to blink to the top now, but that was so many Stalkers lost, and units resources actually favoring Rogue now. Hero really messing up back here, I feel like. All started off with those 2 Adepts. Banelings now coming out here as well. Zealots are coming in for reinforcements. Maybe those Banelings can deal with that. Double around here from Rogue. He needs to probably just run away because of those Zealots. Rogue is making a defense happen. Very impressed so far, but this is not going to be easy still. Rogue trying to send up a bit of a surround here with Ling Bane Speedlings. When did he get Baneling speed? I did not even catch that. This is going to be disastrous for Hero if he doesn't split well. He does split pretty well though. Oh, those Banelings collecting on some Zealots, but the Stalkers are standing strong. Banelings turns out to not be the counter to Stalkers. Could have guessed that. Ultralisk then on the way, but that seems very, 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 very far away. And yeah, I think this Baneling decision was very questionable from Rogue. Most Zerg players would go for a Hydra Den here, because that's what's good against Stalkers. Baneling is not really known for their anti-Stalker capabilities. This is looking very difficult for Rogue. The supplies are kind of showing the story here. Managed to get a nice connection on the Zealots, but Zealots are kind of just freebies at this point. It's these Stalkers that have to get dealt with. How do you deal with these Stalkers? That is the real question here. I feel like Rogue's style here is just a bit questionable against what Hero's doing. Feels like you need to get Nitras out or a better drone count earlier. Hero takes that match very convincingly. Even with a few slip-ups, it seems like Hero did a very good job on the macro front. And as you can see here, like, Rogue was just behind from start to finish on the drone count, on the worker count. I'm not sure why that was, but I do feel like perhaps Rogue just macroed or lost too many drones at some point to a or just overbuilt links. So, bit of a strange game coming from Rogue there. Now have the 5th map coming up. It's going to be Maru versus Zoun on Old Republic. Alright, an hour and a half into broadcast, and we are play 3-1. So if Zoun wins this game, that means this set is over and Team Classic takes the victory. I believe Zoun and Maru played last week in the GSL CK #1, and Maru took that match. Also a bit awkward for them because Maru and Zoun are also going to play in the RSL, so they might not want to give away their best strats here. A bit of Korean chatter here. Let's see what they're saying. Hi. I don't know what that means. OJ, so yesterday, this 4th match, like the 4th match yesterday. I don't know what happened yesterday. Maybe it was RSL. The solar match to Chog map. Down said this is not much of a Zerg map. I'm not sure what they're talking about. I might be missing some context, or maybe my translating skills suck. But anyways, it's gonna be an onside team kill. It's gonna be the top right, representing onside gaming and representing Team Classic. It is Zoun. And the bottom left, also an onside player. He's gonna be red in this game. It is gonna be the one and only Maru. Maru playing a lot of StarCraft 2 lately, which is nice to see. In the past, we used to not see Maru in many tournaments because he would just focus on the big ones. But it's nice to see Maru playing in some of these like medium-sized tournaments, and we get to see more Maru play. Very inspiring, I feel like, for Terran players. See what Maru is doing in games. Down, just gonna go for another late scout here. For proxies a little bit as well on the sides. You'd never be too safe against Maru. Maru is the kind of guy who would proxy in any sort of game. As, in TVZ he proxies Barraxes all the time. In TVP we sometimes see him go Marauder proxy, or even a 2-Rex Marine proxy is sometimes done by him. Down though, play very greedy, not gonna scout at all. Gonna take a Nexus without scouting. If this was a 2-Rex Marauder, this would be game over, but Maru not gonna take that risk. Gonna go Marine first here. Yeah, very exciting match here for sure. Maru gonna scout with this Marine. He's gonna check this side here, just for proxies. Factory coming up from Maru, so we're not gonna see a 3-Rex this game. More interesting is gonna be what Zoun picks. So Zoun could go Twilight or Stargate here. It looks like because he's playing Stalker Sentry, he's gonna have to play Twilight. Stalker Sentry is a bit of a new build, thanks to the energy recharge. Makes sense here as the Protoss to go Sentry because you didn't scout your opponent. So if Maru was playing 2 gas here, would want to know as soon as possible. So, reopening here. Is he going to recharge for that immediate scout? He might just wait because he wants to corner out probes instead. So he's just checking for proxies here, of course, but yes, he might have been concerned about a Protoss Overlord. You never know. And Maru is going for the 2 Hellion 4 Widowmine drop build. So this is a very scary build if you're not playing Stargate. Putting maximum pressure on the Protoss at the cost of having pretty much no units at home. So this build would die to 3 gates, a proxy gate here, or here. Would have absolutely nothing to deal with any kind of pressure at all. But Zoun playing very passively with a Sentry. He's not going to do something like that. As a result, you can just load up every unit into this medevac. Go for a 4 mine drop. These mines are a bit late, it feels like. Build doesn't line up perfectly, but Zoun scouts everything that's happening with his Phoenix. He should know what's happening here. But even if you know what's happening, it's very tricky to do. Aliens are cross here. They're going to line up with the medevac drop and Zoun's natural. Zoun very well prepared here with 4 Stalkers and a Sentry, but is it going to be enough? It's going to come down to the micro more so than anything else. Gonna YOLO in here. The medevac is in so much trouble. There are so many Stalkers, but the medevac survives on 1 HP. Ah, the Sentry gets picked off as well. Huge disaster already for Zoun. How is Maru getting away with this? This medevac is just gonna survive. He even picks up a mine. Gets away with a mine. Kills 4 probes. Keeps 2 Hellions alive and kills a Sentry and delays so much money time for Zoun. You can see the minute income is just not too great for Zoun right now. It's definitely a very huge success for Maru. The thing is that because if he played a Sentry opening, you cannot play 3-gate Robo or 4-gate Robo. Which means that Maru, if he wants to, he can skip tanks, which is exactly what he's done. Maru is not building a single safety tank here, and why should you when there is no potential of a... Oh, another medevac coming in here. I didn't even know that Maru... How did Maru get another medevac out? That's crazy. Back to yellow HP. So annoying for Zoun. Ah, he's coming in with another one. Maru playing like an absolute savage right now. Infinite mine drops. This is so annoying for Zoun to deal with. I really like this build from Maru here. Like if you don't go Stargate, this is so tricky to deal with. Zoun trying to pressure at the front. Maru has like no units at home because he spent all of his money on Widow Mines and medevacs, but 4 Stalkers here is not gonna... Is Zoun gonna be ready for another medevac drop? It has 2 Hellions inside of it even. That's gonna be very interesting. Very tough for... Is he in position here? That's the real question. He has 3 Stalkers here, but... Stalkers 4 medevac units. Very annoying. Comes in here with the 4 units. 2 Hellions dropping in. Ah, 2 Widow Mines coming in here. Well, makes things very complicated. Gonna get some nice connections. Medevac does go down. This Hellion's still alive. The probes are clumped up. You need to be very careful. 9 more probes going down for the Zoun. That is a huge disaster. Huge disaster, but he is doing a good job continuously probing up, and the worker count is still even at least. It was the mule advantage. Maru ahead in income at the moment. These 2 Widow Mines getting caught off guard here, though. That's very nice for Zoun. And he gets some damage back. Storm on the way here for Zoun. He's gonna play Storm. Storm being very powerful these days. Or of course, I think he may have scouted the fact that it is gonna be Storm, so Maru knows, and he's gonna get a Ghost Academy in response. So that was also a very nice scout by Maru with the drop into it. Maru going for another drop here. He is just dropping all day apparently. Okay, he's actually going to unload here. So I think what Maru is thinking about is going to try to flank these stalkers by going around. Will it actually work? This observer kind of sees it though, so it's not going to work, right? Zoun reacts in time. He has to deal with these mines at the same time, so it's a bit tricky. Maru always making sure that the Protoss, always testing the Protoss' multitask here. Having a 2-mine drop at the same time as pressuring these units. Down, very on point there. Another drop coming to the main. There's just 2 more mines here. It's so annoying. The mines and stalkers are in position though. It's gonna kill kill much there. Nice defense by Zoun. So these drops are starting to just really not work at all. Our behind this, of course, is just expanding, and with all this pressure, Zoun has not had the time to just get an insane probe count. The worker count at the moment is very equal. Very good for the Terran because of mules. Our spots this observer, gets a scan. Scan by Maru. Maru going in again. I mean, it's not working last time, but he's gonna do it anyways. Cannon here is not yet finished. Maybe he's gonna hit right before the cannon finishes, which is very annoying. Or the cannon will actually finish in time. Nice feedback here, just damaging the medevac. Oh, on the high ground, very nice move from Maru, but only 1 probe. I think he could have saved that Widowmine, but he doesn't want to take a chance in case stalkers are ready. Same time, Maru pushing out at the front here. This, oh, Zoun, that had 2 High Templar in it, I think. Oh no, huge disaster for Zoun. Zoun was not paying attention to that. Maru, of course, does not know that he just killed 2 units inside of that War Prism. I don't even know if they were High Templar myself, but if they were, that is a disaster. Robe coming in as a follow-up for Zoun. Maru. Maru already building Vikings. He knows this is a natural follow-up. Medevac still being annoying here, actually. But the stalkers are ready to kill that Widowmine. In the end, that drop does not get anything done. Little Zealot counterattacker coming in here. No bunker at Maru's start. A bit greedy. Awesome chaos if Maru is not in position. Scans the army, checks what's happening here. No units here. Ghosts are coming along the way now. He's gonna definitely lose a couple of workers here. Kind of just gearing up for that macro game. Looks like this prism has been rebuilt. It's just gonna be a constant nuisance at this 3rd main base. No missile turrets here, so this war prism could be a bit of a scary move for Maru in the future. That's coming by here, probably to run by the 3rd while the prism goes into the main base. Really need to see something in the main here for Zoun. Or for Maru, sorry. Widowmines here, but they're not really well placed. This prism coming in here for Maru's main base. Still no missile turrets for Maru, no units in the main at all. Zoun still kind of waiting. He wants to make sure his army is positioned at the front at the same time. So in case Maru sends his whole army back home to defend, Zoun can punish. This is so annoying. There's a huge warping coming into the main base there as well. What can really Maru do about this? He has to send some units back. He's gonna do that. He's losing so many workers, and +2 armor getting cancelled as well is a huge deal. Maru, he needs to rebuild that. And he needs to focus at the front because of these stalkers. It's so annoying for Maru. No storm yet. Oh, at the same time, Zealot's in his third base. Maru, he's not paying attention. He's getting currently out multitasked. So many units. Drops have done a lot, and at the same time Zoun, during all that, probed up to 90 workers, so Maru is in a very tough situation right now. He takes 1 bad fight, it's pretty much game over. Where is Maru's army right now? It's not at the front. He's gonna lose a sensor tower because his army's not in position. Loses the ghost as well. Nice pick off from Zoun, really nice micro. This prism stayed alive during all that as well. He's gonna come back in. 1 missile turret is not enough. It's not even done yet. This turret is not finished, so it's just gonna come back in for more nuisance. Zealots left behind to attack the third base later for the same movements before. Stalkers and Colossus at the front. This is so hard to deal with for Maru. How is Maru gonna deal with this all at the same time? Send his production back here. Are these Zealots gonna make a move? These Zealots are kind of AFK. Perhaps Zoun forgot about them. A huge EMP on the Colossus went down. Storms are going to land, and without Vikings at the front here, it's going to be hard to deal with these Colossus. Nice, gets cleaned up by Maru eventually. And yeah, there's not enough storms here for Zoun to really make a push happen. He's going to go for the 5th base instead because it's very vulnerable. Finally linking up with those 3 zealots at the bottom. Vikings are very dangerous. Need to micro well with these stalkers to pick off these Vikings. Oh, gets the base somehow. How did that base? Stalkers did not care about the Vikings. They just went straight for the base. Big mistake by Maru to let that base die. Scan goes off. Sees 2 full energy High Templar. So Maru knows he needs to get those EMPs off. Zoun is expanding so much on the top left and bottom right. Maru lost his 5th base, so he's not really able to counter with his own eco. But he does have a pretty big army here. Plus 2 armor getting denied, of course, but still such a huge deal. He still doesn't have it. One storm walking in here, just gonna get EMP'd. Does land a storm on the Vikings, or on the Liberator. Another Prism Harass coming into the natural here. Maru, not enough missile turrets to deal with all this. Does not pull his workers either, so he's gonna lose 12 workers at the same time. Double! Oh, this Prism is going to the main now as well, but it's running into 3 missile turrets. Zoun not paying attention there. Perhaps could have done a bit more with that Prism. But still, 12 workers going down for Maru is very, very annoying to deal with. His 5th base does finally get finished, but he has no workers really to saturate it. Zoun gonna relocate to the top side. Always trying to outposition Zoun here. Or outposition Maru here, sorry. This Widow Mine gonna get eviscerated. Another mine gets eviscerated by these Colossus and Observer. Be careful, this High Templar does not have the energy for Storm yet, so you did not see Storm go off. He's gonna blink in forward for that Liberator. Very nice blink by Zoun. Maru trying to take this 5th base here. There's a lot of units here, but there's actually no units from Zoun there, so this is a bit of an overcommitment for Maru. Walking here, bottom right base also being taken by Zoun. Zoun just eating up the whole map. DT's on the way, Observer Speed on the way, plus 3 armor and attack on the way. Maru is trying to catch up. His eBay died earlier, that's such a big deal. Plus 1 ship weapons on the way, but you need plus 2 ship weapons before anything really happens there. Maru needs a lot of catching up to do. Needs time, but is Zoun gonna give him that time? Zoun taking every single base on the map. This base is not yet a planetary, it's a bit vulnerable. One Zealot coming into the natural just to be annoying. These Stalkers trying to do something here, but they're taking a lot of damage actually. Storm goes off on one Marauder, nice. Wait, this actually, this one Zealot actually got 5-6 probes just by himself. And goes off, that's 6 Colossus from Zoun, that's so many Colossus. Only 4 Vikings for Maru. He needs more Vikings or Liberators to deal with this. We keep getting blinked on. There are so many Colossus for Zoun. I mean, can you fight this army? Enough Vikings here, really. Really insane army from Zoun. So many laser beams going off here. Oh, do you really want to fight into 6 Colossus, Maru? It's very risky. Maru's unit's taking a real big beating here from these Colossus. Needs to get those Vikings out ASAP. Planetary did finish here, which is nice. But there's not enough SCVs to really repair this as much as you want. Can't get that mass repair. Oh, really nice EMPs going off on the army there. That's a big loss from Zoun. If we take a look at Zoun's gas income, it is not looking too hot. It's hard to replace these Colossus. Zoun trying to fight with just mass Colossus. This is a bit of a weird strategy. Usually you do not want to rebuild Colossus late in the game. The Viking count is starting to get back up there, so this is looking very dangerous for Zoun. They'll run by into the natural base. Liberator is here to protect, but it is not being sieged yet because Maru is busy defending this base and is gonna die. Maru, a little bit out of position. This run by is being very annoying once again. We do see another base here from Maru and another base here. He could replace it, but he's gonna go for the fight right now. Is there the Viking count to deal with this? I think so. Now I'm just going for trades here, and trades are exactly what you want here as opposed to, oh, this is so relentless. Another Zealot run by into the natural base is gonna be very annoying. At the same time, fight at the front. Zoun is just keeping the pressure up. how do you take a 5th base as here as Maru? You needed this 5th base, you know, 5 minutes ago. This 5th base is so late, and as a result, Maru is struggling to max out. Another pressure going here at the 4th base as well. This is so tricky for Maru here. Try to chase this army, but it's hard to chase into Colossus. Another Zealot run by Zoun. This infinite Zealot run by is so annoying. So much damage coming here from these Zealots. Another 17 workers going down. Our supply is looking very dangerous. Maybe Zoun is being a bit too aggressive though. He needs more units here to defend these Colossus. It's going to be a bit of a tough trade for Zoun. Maybe a trade is good enough for him, considering his income. 3 more Colossus being rebuilt, but that's not going to be here yet. Is Zoun in actually a bit of trouble with this overextension? No Liberators from Maru makes this a very weak attacking force, however. Alright, he's going to take a base back, but Zoun, if he just gives Zoun a little bit of time, he's going to have so many workers to rebuild his army. Maru's thinking of taking his 5th base again. A nuke going off. Is there an observer to deal with this? There's no observer to deal with this. And Zoun, he's kind of fighting into a bad position here. One storm is here, but nice splits from Maru. Trying to retake this base is a bit overconfident as well. Nuke goes off and kills 14 probes. Zoun was not paying attention to that. What was Zoun paying attention to? He did not see that nuke coming. And at the same time, Maru is starting to saturate this base. This is going from bad to worse. I did not even expect that nuke to go off, but somehow it did. This base is in trouble. The rich gas is going to be taken out. 1 DT here is going to be so annoying for Maru, though. Oh, wait. Zoun is not going for this base. He's not paying attention with his DT. Zoun trying to set up a surround on this Terran army. Can he get the dream fight that he needs right now? Actually, he's going to go for a base trade unexpectedly. This base gets immediately taken out. This DT is being so annoying. Kills the SCVs. Maru does pull away in time, but there's no income for Maru right now. Zoun still has plenty of income. This is going to be very hard for Maru to deal with unless he gets an incredible fight here. But these Liberators have a hard time catching up to this army. These Colossus are also doing a lot of work here. This base goes down and this 4th base is yet to be replenished. These Colossus are a bit exposed though. We need to see Zoun defend that a little bit. This fight could be a huge disaster for Zoun potentially. A huge disaster fight for Zoun, but his income is so good. He can take a million bad fights, it feels like, and he still can win. No EMP comes down from Maru. He's going to send right through that storm. Takes out the space. Zoun just going to wisely give it up, of course. All he needs is time to rebuild, but he's actually running quite low on bases here. Zoun only has this mining base. This is half mined out, and this mining base is also nearly mined out. Raider's just going to get taken out by Ken. Not ideal. He scans this base, and it's going to get taken out as well. So that's one less mining base. Just 2 Marauders taking out this base as well. So Zoun, he has a lot of workers, but he does not have the bases to mine from. Zealot's going to deny this base once more. This base gets cancelled. Very annoying for Zoun to deal with. He's going to kill this base with Stalkers, actually. So this is turning out to be quite the game. This base is completely forfeit, so we're going to enter a full bet on base trade here. Maru is down to pretty much 0 income. But what is he going to get in exchange? He's going to get the production in exchange. Colossus are waiting inside the main base. Does Maru know about these Colossus? These units get picked off finally, and these units get recalled. It's going to be crazy recall. Where is he recalling? He's recalling to the main base, but in the main base, you're stuck by a ramp. A huge fight going to go off here. This is going to be good for Maru or for Zoun here. It's a bit of a choke point, but there are so many Zealots. Colossus is going very strong here as well. Liberators get picked off. It's a very close fight in the end, but DTs are showing up. Is there a scan? Scan is here, but it's too late, and there's so many Zealots running by. Maru has to type GG. Really well done by Zoun there. Those Zealot run-bys were just completely relentless, and Maru, I think he really struggled to deal with all the run-bys. Maru having an excellent early game. You can see that his resource collection rate was very strong, but just a few slip-ups against the Warp Prism really cost him the game there. So yeah, very punishing for a Terran if you let a Prism into your main base or you let a Zealot run by get into your base for too long. There, it was all just downhill. Really well played by Zoun though. See that Zoun's macro game is just very, very strong indeed. Oh, I'm so tired. I had to wake up a bit early for this event, so my brain is a bit confuzzled. That's even a real word. Hello, Gislin. At least it's not best of 13. But these games have been so long. We had a 30-minute game earlier, and now we have a 20-minute game. I'm going to collapse. Guess who's definitely not playing the Warrior event today? Time do you normally awaken? Like 4 p.m. at least. I woke up at like 3 p.m. today. Trying to change my sleep schedule so that I wake up a bit earlier. A bit messed up right now. Still a good game from Maru despite how much he fell behind. Yeah, Maru, he played well, but I think he needed to respect the warp prisms more with some more missile turrets and stuff. A bunker at his third base would have been really nice there. Most Terrans build a bunker at their third base, but Maru, bit of a greedy boy. So because Zoun won that, Classic has won the set. Team Classic has won the first set, and we are now on to the second set. Hmm. So tired. I think right now the teams are deciding who to send out. No cowcasters today? Yeah, it's too early for them. So this event started earlier than usual. So Intel is sponsoring GSL. I wish Intel would sponsor me, but... And no co-casters. I think if the event was a bit later, we could have had some European co-caster, but right now in Europe it's a bit too early. Imagine if I had an Intel sponsor though. I'd be rich. They don't really seem too involved in esports. Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, we are very lucky to have Intel because Intel sponsors a lot of the StarCraft 2 esports. Yeah, I know, but I know, truthfully, I am actually very thankful to Intel because they also sponsored IEM. Which is, I have a lot of memories with. But no, Intel is sponsoring GSL CK here. We're very lucky for that. But we don't have IEMs anymore, but at least we have a GSL CK. So it looks like we're gonna have our game on Ruby Rock here. Shin is joining the lobby, but I think Shin is just watching the games. Not sure if Shin is gonna play in this one or not. teams. So in this format, the teams decide who to send out. Curious who Team Classic and Solar will send out first. I feel like, generally speaking, you don't send out your best player first, because it can feel kind of risky. You see Cure has joined the lobby, so I think Cure has been sent out. Cure is playing for Team... Cure is going to be on Team Solar. Solar has sent out Cure. So format teams and score. So right now, Team Classic is ahead. They won set 1. They're now on to the second set. This is just where teams send out a player. And the score is just 0-0 because we just started. So it looks like Team Classic has sent out Classic. The Classic is gonna play, I think. No, Hero's gonna play. I see Hero and Classic in the lobby, so I'm not sure who's gonna play. But it does seem like it's gonna be Hero because slot. And once again, I would like to shout out our Patreons. Because of the Patreon that's happening, we have this event possible. If it wasn't for you guys, everyone donating on the Patreon, this event cannot happen. And thanks to the Patreon, we'll also have future events. So this is not going to be the only GSL event. There are going to be more events. It's going to be the regular GSL season, like in the past, and more GSL CKs like we're doing now. So thank you for everyone who donated on the Patreon, and we appreciate the support. And again, shout out to Intel for sponsoring GSL CK. Now loading up to Hero versus Cure. So in the bottom right, representing T1, and he's on Team Classic this event, it is Hero. Hero looking very strong today, already taking out Rogue. And in the top left, representing Team Liquid, playing for Team Solar, it is Cure. Hero sending out a very quick probe here. This is a very interesting move. I feel like Hero just wants to annoy the Terran right away from the beginning. Perhaps prevent this barracks from coming down on position. So Cure forced to take his barracks in a weird position here. Already kind of annoying for a Terran player, but nothing huge. Probe's gonna do some damage to the SCV and then wait for the shields to regen before doing anything more. Barely escapes there. He's gonna send out a second SCV, but shields have regen, and now he's gonna be annoying again. 2 gases coming from Cure here. They're looking to play with an aggressive opening. Continuing to be annoying with the probe. Always just making sure to retreat once your shields are gone, and then just regen. You're probably looking to build a factory now. Gonna do a blink all incursion to the most normal 1-1-1 expand. So it's hard to say what Cure will do, but 1-1-1 is very likely here, considering he's playing 2 gas. Very rarely do you play 2 gas and not build a starport. Here, of course, known for his blink. Micro in general, so I do imagine he'll go blink as well. If he was going Stargate, you'd probably build the Stargate before the Warp Gate, so I think this indicates blink opening like our chatters have suggested. Hope's gonna come in here for a second scout, so he sees that there's no second base here yet. He sees that there's a factory building something. Could be Hellion, could be a Widow Mine, you don't know. Starborg gonna come down here for a cure. Looks like it's gonna be a triple mine drop most likely. Could also be a 6 Marine 1 mine drop or something like that. We have yet to see any tech from Hero, so it's actually gonna be a Stargate, I think. So Hero playing a bit of mind games here. Go for that tricky Stargate. Yeah, this is a very nice raid by Hero if this turns out to be a 3 mine drop, but it's actually going to be a 6 Marine mine drop. So in this case, Stargate is not that amazing. Light coming out on his factory. Is it going to be a Cyclone? If it's a Cyclone, then this can counter the Stargate very well. Actually going to lift off and not build it. Oh, very weird. It's actually 2 mine drops, so it's not a 6 Marine mine drop. It's going to be 2 mine drop into Raven, and this is suddenly a very bad situation for Cure. This is very good against what Cure is doing here. Phoenixes will be very good against the Raven. It'll be very good against the mine drop. The Hero has played a bit of a weird opening, or a bit of a considered not to be the most optimal opening these days. But it's going to work out perfectly against what Cure is doing, because Cure is trying to punish a blink opening. Mine drop coming out on top side here, but there's already 2 Phoenixes. 2 Phoenixes should be good enough to deal with this. 1 mine goes down. He's going to take the lift off here. The second mine is going to go get lifted up, and he's going to kill this with a probes and in depth. So perfect play by Hero here, killing everything. This medevac will be unlikely to get out as well, because the Phoenixes are just too quick. Very strong start here. Does the Raven get cancelled? The Raven did not get cancelled, so the Raven is still out. But what can I really do against Phoenixes? Hero here is going to go follow up with a Twilight and a Forge. So this is going to be a charge follow up instead of Colossus. Not building more Phoenixes either, though. He's obviously not thinking about continuing with Phoenix play. He's actually going to go Oracle here. Very interesting Hero. Usually most players would follow up and go like 5 to 7 Phoenixes. But Hero is going to go for an Oracle. So Hero is thinking of playing very strange here. Trying to mix it up on here. This Phoenix is just gonna scout everything. Really nice scout by Hero. Use the missile turret, so the Oracle is not gonna bother going in there later. Likely. Sees that there's no 3rd command center either, so that's very good info. Oracle out on the map. I wonder what he's going to do with it. Perhaps he's just going to make some defensive traps. I think he's going back for a recharge. So I think he was going to want to build some stasis traps here. Cure, of course, doesn't know what he's going up against. It could be Colossus, it could be Zealots. It could even be Storm in some situations. But I feel like Cure has read this pretty well and is assuming that it is going to be Zealots because he's building so many Marines. He wouldn't want to build this many Marines against Colossus, so Cure has a good read here on what's happening. 3 Phoenixes just looking for drops, I think, in case Cure goes for that. On the high ground here, kind of baiting for the stasis trap. Raven should see it though. SCV pull coming in here. That's perfect against the Zealot attack or Zealot defense. High Templar are here, but there's no Storm. Is he trying to? Ooh, he gets a nice feedback on the Raven. That's very nice. Oh, he gets the Archon last second. Really nice micro from Hero, but there are not enough Zealots here. Where are the Zealots? Oh, huge stasis trap on all the SCVs get trapped, but there are still not enough Zealots. Hero, you have 1,000 minerals in the bank, but where is the gateway production for those Zealots? Aaron is just moving through here, even with the huge stasis trap. These probes are gonna get into the meat grinder here. He's gonna warp in his Stalkers. His Stalkers is gonna be enough here. I don't think it will be. SCVs have gotten freed from the prison, and these Stalkers are gonna have a hard time without Blink. Getting right in there into the natural base. Can Hero really defend this with just probes and Stalkers? He's gonna go for a Mind Drag, but it does absolutely nothing. And Hero It's absolutely crushed by this SCV pull. Terran seems to win more when they just do SCV pulls, it feels like. Yeah, this is completely over. These zealots get eviscerated. Doctor falls. And Hero, he's just on a bit of copium here and he has to type out GG. Hero going for a bit of a gamble there, I feel like, with his build. Had that been Phoenix Colossus, this build would have been absolutely crushed. Hero, known for a bit of his unusual play, goes for charge, then goes Oracle. Sometimes Hero gets punished for playing a bit, not standard. If you don't play standard, you can get caught out by these weird, just these very strong timings. And Cure did a really good job punishing Hero there. The Templar Archives was also a bit too much. If you don't have Storm in time, then it's pretty useless. I'm gonna take a short break and then I'll be back. Alright, I'm back, guys. Hello. A short break, we're already on to the next match. Things are proceeding very quickly here. It's gonna be Cure versus Zoun. So I guess we're not doing the all-kill format. Zoun has been doing really great in PvT. He beat Maru a couple games ago. Have very high hopes for him. The top right, representing Team Liquid, and he's playing for Team Solar. It is Cure. Just took out Hero. The bottom left, representing Onside Gaming, and he's playing for Team Classic. Down. This is usually a very good map for Protoss, because play an aggressive blink style, you have a lot of options. Blink here, or just at the front, or even into the back. So for Terran, this is a bit of a nightmare to deal with. All these possible blink locations. I think the nice thing for Cure in this game here is that Zoun is not really a great 4K blink player. Think of 4K blink players, I think of like MaxPax or Clem or Hero. Zoun is more known for his defensive style, so it's gonna be hard to say if Zoun can really capitalize on this. But yeah, pretty standard opening from both players. We did see Hero in one of these on this map play a proxy 3-gate against Maru in the Chinese tournament, which actually did work. So sometimes you can play some crazy builds on this map. But Zoun, of course, not completely crazy player. You're actually scouting for that crazy proxy spot. Must have watched series between Maru and Hero. We're taking just a normal base here, so 1 gas expand from Cure. Last game we saw 2 gas from Cure. This time he's just gonna play a very macro oriented build, it seems. Down, of course, he's also playing a pretty macro-oriented build. I believe this is Cyber for Nexus, so perhaps looking to put on some early pressure was an adept. And we're just going to see a Reactor come from Cure here, so he's not going to play Reaper. Scouting for Cure. Probe is still on the map, so this could be something very, very sneaky potentially happening, or perhaps he's just going to go in for a second scout. So another nice thing about this map is you can always just scout your opponent like this. And he just checked everything. Pretty annoying for Cure, right? Zoun already knows that this is not, you know, like a 3cc, 3 racks, or just a 3 racks. He knows that this is something pretty standard from Cure. Airport going down, not even going to build a Hellion for scouting, so Cure is just thinking of going right for mine production, which means he might go for like a mine drop, or he's looking to get a very quick tech lab for C-Shank production. On the other side, Zoun going for Blink, which makes a lot of sense on this map. Blink, like I said earlier, is very powerful here. You can blink. There's so many different spots that makes it hard for Terran to deal with. Probably a medevac going to come out here from Cure, just for a mine drop. That is the standard play these days. Go for a mine drop. Down on the other hand is going for a robo and 2 more gates, so it looks like Down is playing for 3-gate blink opening. He's probably going to put on some pressure. But we're going to have to see if Zoun commits to a warp prism. That means that you're very committed on the attack here. Zoun going to scout here, was just an adept. He sees the 2 mines, which is actually kind of a nice scout for Zoun. They're kind of letting Zoun scout him like that. Okay, so Zoun is actually taking a 3rd base instead of building the prism. This is a defensive 3-gate blink, which is very safe. Okay, he's still going to build the prism, so this is very weird. You never see this as a Protoss player. I've never seen this before, where you take the 3rd base and then you go prism. The problem with this is that your prism is so late. Mine drop does get into the main base. Very annoying for Zoun to deal with now. Oh, I like this. He's going to split off a mine here as well, making it pretty tough for Zoun to deal with. Oh, you have to split away, Zoun. 7 probes go down. That was an insane move by Cure, but it pays off. Huge damage. Stalker probably does have blink, which is why he's playing like this, but it's going to delay so much more mining. Zoun is just in a terrible position at this point. Has to wait for this blink to come back on cooldown. He's going to try to do that again, but it's not going to work. Cure is going to pushing against the 3-gate blink, but he's done so much damage, maybe it'll work. Prism here, he's going to warp in some stalkers. I think Zoun is thinking of doing some harassment. That is not what you want to be thinking about right now. As this tank push comes across, these stalkers are going to warp in and go defensive here. Ends up being not too bad for Zoun, but there's no battery at this base or pylon. You're going to defend the front here, but you have to save the 3rd base here as Zoun. Repair is not going to be enough. Really nice micro by Zoun to pick off that tank before it gets any shots off. Maybe he can just kill this tank now. I mean, this is a very, very hard for Zoun. His tank is going to get sieged up in a very nice spot here. Pylon goes down, but there's a backup pylon for this battery. That's very nice. But it's just going to get sniped right away as well. What can Zoun really do here? Zoun needs to somehow get on top of this tank, but it's very tough with 2 Vikings defending it. Now I'm just going to be very patient here. He's maybe going to wait for this Immortal to come out. That feels so far away. Templar Archives, is that really what you need right now? You need more Stalkers. I don't think this Templar Archives is a good decision. He's like 3 more Stalkers here. Another tank coming in here. This is so hard to deal with now that he's set up. What can Zoun do? You can't give up this base. If he loses this base, he loses the game. Has to fight here somehow, but it's not going to really work. He's jumping in at the front. He's going to flank in here with a Zealot and the Warp Prism. He gets both tanks somehow, but he's losing so many Stalkers. Nice pickup from Zoun. But there are just so many Marines and Vikings here. The bunker is going to get finished as well. With the bunker done, what can you do? The base goes down, and this is just a fuel-on disaster for Zoun here. GG has to get called. Very, very sharp play by Cure here. Just takes out Zoun. Kind of all went wrong just from the first mine drop. Cure going with a very interesting move, putting up his mines on the high ground. 7 workers. See, the resource collection right here is pretty tough. Quite tough there for down there. I mean, early game mistake like that happens, it's kind of just over for Protoss. So that is the weakness of Protoss sometimes. Of course, these days, Protoss players are usually so good at the early game, they're very tight with defense, that it's hard to make stuff like that happen. But in this case, Cure did a really good job and managed to surprise Zoun, who's a... So that means that Team Solar is currently up 2-0 in this second set here. So I just got some more news about Intel actually. So apparently Intel is launching a new processor type called the Arrow Lake Refresh, and it's going to be released this month. And apparently it's 15% better than the last gen, so that's very strong. And apparently, because you guys are StarCraft 2 fans, we are getting exclusive discounts for StarCraft 2 fans. So please keep an eye out for discount link as it comes out. Once the processes are out, perhaps we'll get the discount link and boost up your game. Consider buying Arrow Lake Refresh processor. Yeah, thank you again for Intel for sponsoring the GSL CK. Very lucky to have them. And we're gonna load up Shin versus Cure. So Cure on a bit of a roll here. He's gotten 2 points for his team already. He's representing Team Solar and Team Liquid. It is Cure. And in the top left, spawning here on Mothership, it is Shin. I think he's not on a team, but he's going to be representing Team Classic here. Again, we're playing on Mothership, which is a difficult map to play on. Don't know where they're going to spawn. Unfortunately for Shin, he is going to check the wrong location first. Here is going to go for CC first here. So this is what ByuN did earlier today. ByuN versus Solar. Solar did take that map. ByuN went for a CC first on this map. I feel like that's kind of the meta here. Shin actually going for a pool first. So initially I was thinking he was going pool first to counter CC first. But from what I understand, CC finishes so quickly that the blinks can't even cancel the base. I'm not sure why Shin has decided to go pool first. Maybe he just wants to be safe against the proxy racks, potentially. But it's hard to say exactly why. Pool has finished. Let's see how many lings Shin makes, because if Shin makes like a bunch of lings here, then we know do something aggressive. Getting also a very quick ling speed, so I feel like this could... He has money, he's gonna build an Overlord, so we don't know what to do quite yet. Cure taking up 2 gases here, not gonna be a triple CC from Cure, which would be very greedy perhaps against pool first. Factory coming up on the way as well. So most likely we'll see some Hellions from Cure here. Lings coming across the map. And more lings in production here, so it looks like Shin does want a link flood. This could get very scary for Cure if he doesn't get his Hellions out on time. More lings coming across. He is starting to drone up now, so this is not a full-on all-in from Shin, but I do think he wants to get some CV kills perhaps. What does Cure have to defend at home? has one Hellion building, but it's not even done yet. This is looking like a very tough position for Cure. He needs to pull out his SCVs right now, but he doesn't know what's coming. And these are just 2 free SCVs to kill. He's gonna lift the depot up at least, but these SCVs are forfeit. And he is gonna have to... He actually managed to save one because it's Hellion. That's very nice. But he's gonna lose one more SCV here because he did not cancel that SCV from building. And Shin, I feel like he's taking a little bit of a lead here already. Really nice counter to the CC first, I feel like. We do see Shin hasn't even bothered to take a third base yet, though. That's very strange. Usually, Zerg players take their third base quite early. But Shin has opted for a very late third base, or perhaps no third base at all, and armor. So that's a very, very interesting choice from Shin here. We usually never see stuff like this. Perhaps the armor is very good against like a kind of quick marine push. Not entirely sure what Shin is thinking here quite yet. He's going to take his third now, but that's at the 4-minute mark, very late. Gonna have to see how Shin utilizes this armor. He's gonna go Roach Warren. So this is how Shin wants to utilize this quick armor upgrade. He wants to go for a bit of a Roach timing or have some very strong defensive Roaches with +1 armor. Fortunately for Shin, Cure is going for Banshees, so that kind of countered any potential Roach push. So Shin will likely just have to macro up here. If he pushes across the map, I'd be very worried for him against the Banshee. Liking here, just looking for any stray overlords. Shin, not gonna be sloppy and have any overlords out. But yeah, I don't think he's actually scouted that this is Banshees, so it could get very tough. He does have a spore not built. I thought he had a spore there, but he can't. Shin, I think he's committing to... Okay, he does have a spore here, but not in the middle line. Does not have a spore here. He has no layer, so that's no overseer for detection. This Banshee could do a lot of damage if Shin does not have a spore. He is building another spore here, so he is thinking about it for sure. But he's also building a lot of roaches here. Makes me think that he's attacking, but perhaps they're just safety roaches. Alien's looking to see what they can do. Shin building a layer and droning up, so this is the roaches are just for safety, I believe. That's a lot of safety roaches if you think about it, because his drone count is looking pretty weak right now. Where are the Banshees from Cure? Banshee here, but I think he has one more somewhere. Don't even see it though. Okay, they're just grouped up together, so I think Cure is actually just playing very safe here with these Banshees. He's keeping Banshees at home for the Roach War, for the Roach attack. Now that there's no Roach attack, he's gonna move out. Link's here, not gonna get anything done, of course. And these Banshees are so scared of a Roach attack that they're just gonna kind of chill here and maybe just kill some Link. These Banshees, they get no damage done, sure, but they keep Cure nice and safe as he takes his third base. Again, building 13 drones at the same time. He's really thinking of just the next step. There's no fourth base on the way, so it's gonna be very hard to saturate all of his bases. Where are these drones going, Shin? Drones are on a bit of an adventure here. This fourth base is gonna get shut down right away. Huge deal, actually, for Shin, because he really needs that. These two drones get realized by Shin, but he needs to take that fourth base. It's so late already. Banshee's coming in here, but the one queen is not enough to deal with it. 2-3 drones go down. Hellions are coming on the left side here to clear some creep. And this is a very tough start for Shin. His drone count is not too bad, but his fourth base is so late that even though you have a nice drone count, you can't really utilize it. They're not even producing SCVs right now. I think he can go full on marine production here. And he does build SCVs now, but as you can see, he has a pretty big army already. The real question is Cure going to add on 3 more barracks? Does, that's going to be an ARAX push. Already has 8 marines pumping at the same time. A lot of production here for Cure. Well, Infestation Pit and Baneling Nest goes down, but I don't like this for Shin because this Baneling Nest is so late, he's never going to have Baneling Speed in time. Maybe he'll have Infestors in time, but this Infestor Roach can be a little dicey sometimes. They're posturing in the middle of the map. He wants to take position with these tanks, get into a nice spot. What does Shin have to defend? He has some roaches? Roaches are not good enough here. against siege tanks. You need Ravagers or at least some Infestors. There are no Infestors yet. This is looking very difficult for Shin to defend. His Queens are very low HP. He saves them. Arthur transfuses. He's going to go right for these Roaches. Cure diving very hard onto the Roaches here. These tanks not really aiding in that fight. It still looks like a very nice position for Cure. Because of this attack, Shin is forced to just build pure Roaches, which is not what he wants. He wants to build Lings and Banelings right now. But he does not have the ability to do that when there's so much pressure. He needs to get units out. Sure, he wisely stepped back. He's gonna wait for his reinforcements to show up, and now they're all here. Very big army from Cure. He could even wait for 2-2 if he wants. Again, we don't see any Baneling speed on the way, so Shin is not even thinking about Baneling speed right now. He is thinking about surviving and going for Ultralisk, apparently. That's very far off. If Cure hits before Ultras, this could be very devastating for Shin. Gets picked off here. Does Shin really have enough? I mean, it's just Roach Ravager versus this giant army of the Terran. I do not like this for Shin at all. Nice fungal gets a center mass onto the bio. Nice bio as well. But there's a lot of medevac healing here. Is that good enough? Just one fungal. I don't think that one fungal was quite enough for Shin. He's still in big trouble here, but that was a good start. We need to see another 1 or 2 fungals here if he wants to stop this Marine push. There's just no more Infestors. He doesn't have the gas for more Infestors here. Shin is just going to have to give up the space here. He is indeed going to give it up. That does buy him time for Ultras. The Ultra Cavern has finished. We don't see any Ultras in production quite yet, though. He's going to add on 6 drones during all this pressure. That's very ambitious from here. I mean, from Shin. Gonna abuse this location. Now that you've taken this location, you can drop into the main base. Nothing Shin can do, but if he gets the Ultra Cavern, that'll be huge pick off if he gets there. The Roaches are coming in to defend it. Can he save it? He's gonna save it. He's not gonna save it at all, and these Roaches were just too late. Shin not able to react in time there. Marines and tanks showing up in the center. What does Shin have to defend here? Still no Ultras or Infestors here to defend. It's just gonna be Roach Ravager. Is that gonna be good enough? So many tanks here. Shin does get a nice bile on a tank there, but this is so hard to deal with for Shin. He just don't have any splash damage except for the Ravagers, but does that really qualify as splash damage? Roaches are forced to stay here because of the drop, and such a difficult position for Shin because you have to keep units from them. You have to keep units here. That leaves very few units to defend this base, and this base is indeed dead. This base is still mining for Shin. Will Cure go for it, or will he just defend for now? Cure does look like he's just kind of chilling. He did kill the Ultra Cavern earlier, so he knows that Shin wants to get Ultras out, so we're seeing Marauder production start. We have a lot of tech labs here, so we could see 4 Marauders at a time if Cure wants to. Sort of chilling here. 3-3 on the way here. You see a very quick +3 Carapace. We saw it in the early game. Shin went for a very early +1 armor. So I think he wanted to have very high armor Ultralisk. That was his plan, but it really sucks that his Cavern got sniped. Now Shin has Cure has time to get 3-3 and more Widow Mines and Marauders out. So it is kind of crazy how passive Cure is now. He's kind of giving Shin time to just get the units that he wants. Getting Baneling speed, getting Ultras. Cure, he's thinking of moving out now, but it's a tough position because mines are perhaps not that great against Ultras. Drone's not mining, but more importantly, there's not that many units here for Shin. We need to see more Ultras perhaps. No Baneling speed either also really hurts. One gets biled down here. Medevac drop still waiting here. Roaches are still waiting as well, so nicely positioned by Shin. Another nice snipe by Shin here. He's just getting some nice value with the Ravagers. Feels like Cure has just decided to camp, but he's not teching up into Ghosts or Tanks or anything or Liberators, so is camping truly the correct decision for the Terran player at this time? Not too sure about it. Perhaps he wants 3-3 before he attacks, which makes sense. See the final Ultra upgrade getting upgraded here as well, and if he gets there, then the Ultras are very scary because there's no Ghosts here. In a bit out of position actually, doesn't have anything for Cure's army here, just gonna lose his space for free. And yeah, these Roaches show up but way too late. Nice little surround by Shin, but he can just pick up. Nice little run by here. He's gonna try to deny this fist base from Cure, but not really any SCVs there for him to pick off anyways. You're looking at the top left side now. There's a fresh base here for Cure to snipe if Shin's not in position. We take this base as well. Shin positioned in the middle because he doesn't know where Cure's army is, and now as a result he's going to be out of position here. Loses this base. He's going to have to try to defend this base as well. Drones coming in here. Drones have to save themselves. Drones do save themselves, but this base is in a lot of trouble. Oh, is he going to go right for the snipe? That's so much 3-3 bio. Just going to go right for the hatchery. That's a crazy move from Cure, but he gets away with it. Shin just getting punished for not being in perfect position here. Gonna unload into the Ultra. Is a bit awkward here for Cure. He needs to pay attention. Hello. Okay, Cure. That was a bit of a low-level moment from Cure there, not gonna lie, but it can happen to the best. Same time, Cure was busy macroing. He's building like 4 command centers at the same time. 2 orbitals coming up here. Another command center here. He's building 5 command centers at the same time. So Cure, he's decided that he does not want to finish this game quickly. He wants to go for the late game. Very confident from Cure to just go for the late game here. And still sticking to his Ravager Ultra army. I would like to see more infestors from Shin here, because that's what enables your Ultras to catch an army, and without the infestors, Cure is just gonna bully Shin all day like this. I think that's gonna be very, very, very annoying for Shin without infestors. But we still see no infestors in production though. So Shin, kind of known for his infestors, it's not built. Lines here need to be cleared up before you can do anything, Shin. Another drop on the top left. Does he have enough units to deal with this? Just a couple of links is not enough. 2 Ultras are coming here. That might be enough. Let's see how good the Star Step Micro is here. Gonna be from Cure. A lot of Marauders here, so 2 Ultras is not gonna be good enough. These Marauders are very good counters. Shin trying to push into this Sim City is gonna be very difficult. A tank is also positioned here. Bio's going down on the tank. 2 nice Blinding Clouds to cover, but the Liberator is still alive. Is he gonna siege it? He's not sieging it. Now he is. He's gonna miss his bios. Same time, these Marauders are going ham on the Ultras. 10 SAVs have been killed, but that's not enough with so many orbitals and mules ready. What does Shin have at home? He has another Ultra, but that's gonna get decimated by these Marauders. Shin trying to pull everything back for defense, but he's just gonna lose the base again, and this is a complete disaster for Shin. The attack failed, and these Ravagers are just gonna get picked off by these. Well, these Ravagers might even win, but reinforcements come, drop in the main Cure, keeping up the pressure, and Shin just doesn't feel like he has any units. Ultras are gonna come and save the day, but now he can go back to the bottom, and what does Shin have here at the bottom? Just 4 links. He's gonna bring Ultras back here. But this is just free value for Cure every time he does this. Bottom left also in a lot of trouble here. 1 Ultra, 2 Ultras. Actually 4 Ultras here to defend. Maybe it's going to be good enough. Widowmine's going to pop off here. Huge connections go down. That's a lot of Ultras all of a sudden though. Where is the Marauder and Liberators from Cure? We need to see a lot of Liberators here to defend this. Widowmines are going to go down. Widowmines are not too bad. A nice link drag onto the mines are actually going to do a lot of friendly fire here. This is going to be suddenly looking quite scary for Cure. He needs to get those Liberators out. These Ultras are killing orbitals. They're killing everything. They're chunking away. Same time, Cure is doing pressure across the map, but we need to see more Liberators. Oh, these Marauders in this choke point is quite dangerous for the Ultras as well. These Ultras are going to eventually die to these Marauders. We don't even need to see Liberators to clear this up. The mass Ultras is just looking kind of weak here. Everything just getting cleared up here. This base goes down once more. No Ultras to defend at home. And if you look at the supplies, it's just completely over. Really well played by Cure there. And Shin, he had a bit of a weird build. Doesn't seem like that build worked out for him at all. So Cure takes 3 maps in a row. The opening was neat, but the lack of aura on the second half slowed it down too much. Yeah. Yeah, I mean the build, it was cool, right? Like you want to get the armor out really quickly so that once the ultras are out, you have like +3 armor ultras, you have the ultra upgraded armor. But that ultra snipe really delayed everything there so that the build doesn't really line up anymore. And if we look at the drone counts early on, so okay, I can't look at it anymore because I turned the game, but from my memory, the drone count was very weak from Shin across the board because he went for such a late third base. So we did not see a high worker count right away, and that just means that he does not have enough money to deal with the push at the fourth base. That was a very sharp timing from Kier. And Shin did not have a sharp enough build on his. It was also very awkward because he went roaches and then he went banelings, but then he got baneling speed. And he was just forced to make more roaches, defend, and that's just not ideal. Guys, once again, I really want to thank our sponsors, Intel, for sponsoring this event and sponsoring GSL. And they have a new processor coming out that's really good for gaming. These days, a lot of companies not really focusing on gaming, which is really annoying actually. Intel still respecting their gaming, the gamers, coming out with their Arrow Lake Refresh processor. And if you are a StarCraft 2 fan, you can get a discount code, which will be coming out later. So thank you to Intel again, and I also want to thank the Patreons for the support of the GSL. This is not possible without all our Patreon supporters. And if you do decide to donate to Patreon, thank you. We will also be having more GSL events, so we will see more GSL CK events in the future. And we will have the regular GSL season. So you guys, I know some guys were worried that there was going to be no more GSL, regular GSL stuff, but there will definitely be a regular season for GSL, thanks to the Patreon support and our sponsor Intel. So thank you to everyone for supporting. We are going to go into our next match here. Cure is going to keep playing, of course, because Cure, this is an all-kill format, so if Cure wins, he gets to stay on. And Cure has so far defeated Hero, Zoun, and now Shin. So who is Team Classic going to send out to defeat Cure? That is the question. Do you know when the regular season will start? I don't know the exact dates, but definitely soon. Definitely within the next, next month or two, I think. But I don't have exact dates myself. I'm not the GSL admin or anything like that. But I do know for a fact that the plan is to have more regular seasons, so you can be excited for that. So if I was Team Hero here, I mean, if you guys were Team Classic here, who would you send out to defeat Cure? That's the question. He's on a bit of a hot streak. You really need to shut this guy down, but who would you even send out? Oh, on Team Classic we have ByuN. We have ByuN, SOS, and I think Classic himself remain. Will we see Trigger wearing a suit at the studio desk? I think it's unlikely. I think if I had to guess, like I don't know yet, like it's possible, but I would assume that it's gonna be like State and State or Gemini or Tasteless, like those guys. I imagine it would be them, but if they offer me the job, consider it. I mean, I also want to play in the GSL though. That's the thing. I want to be a player more than a caster overall, but it would be a very cool experience for me as well. If they offer it to me, I would definitely consider it though. Maybe if I do a... Maybe if I do a good job with the broadcast though. First time I ever heard of Trigger was seeing him live at GSL. Actually, yeah, a lot of fans when we found out about me because of GSL. Actually, my girlfriend when we found me out because of GSL. So Amazing things happen at the GSL, let's say that. So we're gonna have Classic send out. So they've kind of the Team Classic is kind of thinking that this Cure guy is just too powerful, and they need to send out their ace player. Classic is gonna try to take out Cure. Cure on a bit of a hot streak, of course. On the bottom left, the team captain. They're sending out the big boy. It's Classic. And in the top right, the man who is on a hot streak, defeating is he up 3-0 already or something? It is Cure. Or is he up 4-0 at this point? I don't know. At this point, I don't know. He's just won so many games. Who can defeat Cure here, man? So, what will Cure do against Classic? I feel like Cure's had some sharp builds here. Classic known for his macro game. I feel like Cure would want to do something perhaps very early against Classic. You don't really want to just play an even macro game against Classic. That's a very tough thing to do. I turned it to, oh my bad. I don't know how that happened. I'm gonna go back to the regular cursor. I like to use the dot when I play StarCraft, but when I'm casting, obviously I should not use it. Yeah, probe coming out here. For a very quick scout, so perhaps Classic was concerned about proxy racks here. They're playing one gas himself, so it looks like he's gonna open up with a pretty standard macro build. Let me bring up the webcam up a bit. Ooh. Oh. CC come down here. Bit off location actually, so that's a bit annoying for Cure. He's gonna have to lift that up at some point and lose some STV production. Chrono the depth here from Classic, so he wants to pressure this base. But I think because this base was put down quick enough, too. If your base is really delayed by the probe block, then the adept can come in and kill the SAV before it's done building. That would be a disaster, but I think in this case it should be fine. See, no follow-up unit here, so maybe just really quick blink coming here from Classic. He doesn't want to build a second unit right away. Perhaps get a stalker late for fences later. Quite a standard opening from Classic here. Both players looking very standard. Actually, Cure not playing standard at all. He's going to open up with 2 Hellions here, so quite sure. Might go for the Maru build where you go 4 Widow Mines and 2 Hellions. We thought that earlier today against Zoun. Actually gonna let that finish. That's not gonna work out for him. He does have 2 Hellions. So he's gonna lose an SCV, but maybe an SCV for an Adept is good for Cure. Very interesting decision to not lift up at the depot. Gonna fix his CC here. Classic. The reason he's scouting on the map here is because he's worried about Hellion drop. He saw, well, it would be a very late Hellion drop without the proxy, but you still want to see where the medevac is coming. So, 2 Hellions at the front. Does Classic have anything to defend this? He has a Stalker, but that's maybe not enough DPS. Very annoying for Classic. Gonna lose 2 probes right away. Gonna lose another probe here. This is so annoying. One more shot comes out. 2 Hellions are still alive. A nice pull from Classic. He does save most of his probes, but 3 probes down is a bit of a nuisance. We do see Classic well positioned here to spot where the medevac is coming from. It's really important you know where the medevac is coming from so you're in position. Here is going to come in from the bottom side. Is Classic really prepared for the bottom? Seems like because he doesn't see the medevac here or here, he's going to get ready at the bottom. The process of elimination. Blink is coming out really quickly. He needs to go in before Blink, but the Stalkers are in perfect position. Oh, then kind of in perfect awkward situation. Blink is finished. He's gonna kill that medevac right away. Mines do plant themselves. 1 mine at the bottom. Blink. Only loses 1 probe. Still have to deal with this, but you have 3 Blink Stalkers here. You can Pretty much save every probe for free. As long as you don't mess up your micro. Classic is not a noob. A really good defense from Classic there. Sure. Of course, not committed to that build. He is just going to build a single medevac. We saw Maru commit to 2 or even 3 medevacs full of mines. That Cure is going to opt for siege tanks here. And we'll likely see just like a regular timing from here. Pretty good start for Classic here. He's going to get into a macro game pretty comfortably. Colossus on the way. Colossus being a very solid option. Raven here could be very annoying. Kills one probe, might even get a second one. Barely saves it. Oh, hello Classic. He doesn't save that probe. Very bad for Classic actually. But still overall fine for him. Raven is going to be annoying for quite a while here. We see a bunch of gateways coming out here from Classic. No forge on the way. Well, no, he does have a forge, but he's not upgrading anything, which is a bit unusual. I don't know if Classic just forgot or not. I think it's important that he starts his upgrades ASAP. Maybe he wants to build his Colossus before his upgrade. Starts up the Colossus. Maybe we see the upgrade now. Classic. Hello? Classic. Classic. Classic forgetting about his forge, I guess. Maybe he's very scared about this push that's coming across the map. Can't even afford 1+1 attack. Lura spots everything. I think the issue here is that Sure is taking a very long path. And that buys a lot of time for Classic to clear out that pylon. Gonna try to clear out the second pylon as well. Very nice value actually. The Cure is playing very... Oh, these stalkers caught the reinforcement medevac. That's very good from Classic to jump on that. Mech hides into the corner here and perhaps drops into the main. Classic seems pretty ready for that though. Yeah, very ready for that. But still, Cure loses nothing for trying. This army is very awkwardly positioned in like corner, like it can't do anything for Cure. Cure, of course, deciding not to attack. Based on his army positioning, that was obvious enough, but if you don't attack the Protoss, it can get very scary because now the force base is coming up. Second forge is coming up. Colossus count is going up to 2 now. So this is like everything Protoss really wants. It's gonna be a tough position for a Cure to come out of. The probe count is looking a little low. SCV count looks decent. I'm on the way for some future attacks. Della run by just kind of chilling in the middle, waiting for an opportunity to maybe catch the... maybe something. Not really sure yet. Kind of waiting here for a potential run by at the third base. They're hitting a bit of a supply block. And we're not seeing a storm follow up for Classic, so it's going to be straight on Colossus Zella push, it seems like. Double Forge on the way. Did see that +1 take a long time to get started, so we don't see great upgrades for the Protoss player. +2 starting before the Protoss +1 is even finished. A very good starting date for Cure for the upgrades. Drop coming onto the side here. Does he have defenses? He has 2 Vikings and a Sorry, that's very well played by Cure to be ready for it. We saw Maru earlier not really respecting these potential prisms. Get punished very heavily for it. And the thing about Old Republic, this map is very good for defending as Terran, so Cure is just nicely set up here. Force Command Center on the way. Classic, of course, he knows that Terran is just going to camp here. He's going to take a bunch of bases. This is kind of the trade-off, right? If you camp as Terran. Yes, you cannot die, but for us gets a lot in return. Really nice observer spread here. Observers here just taking out a lot of vision. Really beautiful Classic. If you look at his vision right now, he has pretty much the entire map under his control. Cure pretty much has nothing to do here. Prism speed even finished up, so that's going to be very hard to deal with. Perhaps Classic is thinking of poking at the front. It probably wouldn't do much. Classic has invested a lot of money in observers and the nexus and economy, so his supply is not yet that amazing. Kills that observer. Disruptor shot fires out. Doesn't get anything though. 11 zealots being warped in at once with 2 more gates finished. I think that's 13 gates total for Classic. Classic is just going hard on the production right now, not really focusing on building up his army too much yet. He's really gearing himself up for by the time the Terran takes the 4th base, Classic will have a very nice setup to just keep on attacking with a lot of units. Actually an orbital already, so Cure is going to take an orbital 4th base, which is a bit unusual. But perhaps on this map Cure feels that it is safe to do so. There's him going into the natural here, but 2 missile turrets are really nicely placed. Classic fighting at the front here. Nice disruptor zoning at the top side here. A good micro from Cure is going to dodge all the disruptor shots. Classic is going to get pushed back here very convincingly. Oh, he could have sniped that. He could have sniped that, but Cure does not have the confidence to go for that snipe. Zealot run by on his left side is very annoying as well. No bunker here, just like Maru, and it's going to get very annoying here. This base is going to get taken down here. Same time, Classic is pushing back at the front. Huge disruptor shot goes off. It's very hard to deal with disruptor shots while the Zealot run by is inside of your base. Another disruptor shot fires off, kills another Marauder. And some very good value. These Vikings are pretty much uncontested though. Only a couple stalkers here. This disruptor shot goes out. Only kills 1 Marauder. Nice interference majors. This Raven comes out from absolutely nowhere and just gonna kill a bunch of Colossus and Tekens. Disruptor shots come out, but good splits from Pure. Still managed to save Disruptor. So Zealot run by is coming to natural. This is getting very chaotic indeed. But there's so much bio. Cure is ready with so much bio. He's very prepared for this. Zealot run by is ready at the 3rd, but Classic has not been paying attention to that. Did not have the APM to really get things going. Instead, he's going to use it for a Prism drop. Does Cure have defenses for this? Only 1 missile turret here. This is not good enough for Cure. He wants to fight at the front, but this Zealot run by at the main base is going to be very annoying later. Lots of Zealots here, but there's also a lot of bio upgrade lead for the Terran, I think, or maybe it's just even upgrades. I don't think Terran minds that. It's very good here. Prism drop into the main base is getting very difficult. Vikings are here to defend, but there is no bio to defend for the Zealots. These disruptors are doing a good job zoning out the Terran player. Terran player has to just somehow keep pushing or go back. He's gonna go back, but that allows Classic more time to rebuild his army. And that is looking very strong for Classic at this moment here. Constant pickoffs from these disruptors and stalkers on these units. Another Zealot run by on these tanks. Nicely positioned tanks here though. Very hard to get into. Kills 1 tanks, but takes a lot of damage. They're being a bit indecisive. He wants to go back and attack now. He's gonna go for this. Classic is maxed out, but with 91 workers, how big is his army? Nice EMPs going off here. This disruptor at the top is gonna not get anything. Nice micro by Cure. Really nice micro by Cure. These disruptors have killed pretty much nothing, and Classic has been broken here. Another disruptor shot goes up. Nice pickup by Cure once again, but at the same time, this is gonna... There's chaos happening all over the map. Zealot run by coming here. This is not a planetary, so that's also very annoying to deal with. Space is going to get taken out. Nice recall by Classic to save those probes, and these Zealots are jumping on these units. We need to see a stem from Cure. Not enough bio here to deal with this. Reinforcements are here though. Is it going to be enough now? Perhaps it's enough. A lot of these bios are really overstemmed, but it feels like it's just enough for Cure. Taking this base, but he's only got 36 workers. He can't really defend anything right now, or saturate anything right now. Space is going to get cleared up. No probes here at least. Zealot run by cutting off the reinforcements. Beautiful play from Classic. Cutting off the reinforcements from the main army. 1 DT being a nuisance as well. Really well done to send a DT there where there's no missile turret and no units. Scan does eventually come out, but 13 workers have fallen. Classic, he's going to go back here, and there's no orbital here. It's such a big issue. I mean, there's no planetary here, which means this base is easy to just harass and be very annoying. Classic with still a very strong economy at 81 workers. This base is going to get taken out. Mass repair is happening, but there are so many +2 stalkers here that are just going to kill the base. This base has to go back in. This is looking like a disaster for Cure. DT still swiping away. DT coming into the natural. Cure has not noticed this one. It's going to get another probe. Aw, this is so annoying for Cure here. Gonna go back to the turret and save he has DT as well. Yes, DT blink as well. That's an. Oh, this missile charge saves it, of course. But Pure, he does have a pretty big army still. These zealots have to run away. Pure Classic just has to make a defense. So many disruptors. I feel like this should be a very strong defense for Classic if he doesn't lose his disruptors. 2 more shots fire out. They kill 2 Marauders. That's not bad. One shot fires out. Doesn't get anything. Nice micro from Cure. He's trying to outposition the Protoss. Maybe if he can get to these top left bases, this would all be good enough. He's going to split up his army, trying to make this complicated for Classic to deal with. I really like the fact that he's trying to make this complicated, but he doesn't have any medevacs here, which means no stems. Nice DT here. He needs to scan for that if he's paying attention. But it's really hard to pay attention when you're being jumped on here at the same time. DT is still swiping away there. You need to pay attention, Cure. He finally does scan. Cure has to run away on this side. He has no medevacs here. That's the problem. Every time he stems, it's such big damage. His unit. Probes coming here. Can he kill those probes? Actually, these probes somehow get away. Nice save for Classic, and this supply is getting a bit out of control. I believe because he was not able to damage there. Looking very, very dire. These units get jumped on right away. Disruptor and Guardian Shield coming out here. Classic gets a nice Disruptor shot. Only gets 1 unit. Really beautiful splits from Cure so far this game, but those ghosts eat a huge shot. Another Disrupt shot coming out, and Cure is just... 3 Colossus. Do you have enough Vikings? Only 2 Vikings for 3 Colossus. That is not the numbers you want to see. I think Cure here is just going to get stomped is what I want to say, but those Marauders are kind of standing strong at the top. We do have to mention, this is pretty much his last army though. 1 DT here still being a nuisance. Classic never stopping with the nuisances, and Zealot. Yeah, there's way too many Zealots here. Cure, he played a good game, but Classic is just playing like an absolute animal. And worker count is still so high for Classic during all this. Let's not forget that he's still expanding on the bottom during all that. He was never truly all in. Really, really well played by Classic. Last week, Classic was definitely the MVP for Team Hero. Classic once again showing that he is perhaps the ace player for And now Team Maru or Team Solar needs to send someone to defeat Classic. I feel like they should send out Solar, because we did see Solar beat Classic last week. But I'm gonna BRB and take a short break before our next match hits. And we are back. Gonna be Creator versus Classic. We actually saw Creator versus Classic last week. Creator was in a very strong position, but he forgot warp gates, and then he died. He's ready for a 3-hour reverse sweep. I'm thinking of ordering food right now because I'm a bit worried and I'm very hungry. Now, if Classic wins all of his matches, then I'm pretty sure that means it's over. I don't really mind if Classic wins a lot. What should I eat? What should I eat? I deserve anything, right? Deserve whatever I want. Fried pork cutlet curry? That sounds so good now. Alright, I'm ordering it. YOLO. I think this is a Japanese place that I really like. I should focus on this game though first. Get matcha soba. What is matcha soba? I know soba, but I don't know. Bottom left. Team captain for Team Classic. He's currently on a 1-win streak against Cure. It is Virtus Pro Classic. And in the top right, we have representing Team Solar. We have sent out Creator to kill out Classic. So this is Creator. Oh my god, I'm stripping up stuff. They sent out Creator against Classic, which is a very bold decision. Because Classic is one of the best players on this team. Classic, so Creator must be feeling pretty confident if he's being sent out here. It is PvP. We do see kind of a weird wall from Classic. It's a bit unusual to see Cross players not wall the ramp in this matchup because of adepts. But Classic, you know, he does his own thing. They're just sending out a probe. I guess he just wants to scout very quickly. Classic, on the other hand, is not scouting at all yet. I need to order before they close. Give me a moment. Okay, this is the restaurant I actually like. Nice. I didn't know they do delivery. Let me order real quick, boys. My bad, my bad. I mean, nothing's really happening, right? Yeah. Okay, we see a proxy from Creator. Please, give me a second. Alright, I ordered. Boom. So we do see a proxy coming out from Creator here. He's going for a robo. And we see from Classic, he's going for a defensive robo. So this is actually a very good situation for Classic. If he scouts this is such a big deal. Oh, he's gonna scout it. That's a very good situation for Classic because he's already built that defensive robo. And in the case of offensive robo versus defensive robo, defensive is better. Because this is always going to be a vulnerable target for Classic later in the game. Later in the game, how are you going to defend this? How are you going to defend your main base at the same time? Very tough for Creator to deal with. And it has to defend Pylon right now. Because he doesn't know if Classic is sending out 2 Stalkers. But actually it's 2 Adepts, so does he have a wall? If Creator does not wall this is pretty much game over. Does Creator know? Is he going to be ready for this? This could be an easy mistake to make. He is definitely very ready for it. So, nice response from Creator. He's not going to lose the game. The Mortal is going to be pretty quick here, but a Prism coming out here for Classic. He wants to get across the map right away with Harassment. Classic does not need to build an Immortal right away because he can defend on the ramp. Sentry. He's building 2 Sentries, so this is very easy for Classic to defend. So while he defends there, he's going to use a Prism and 2 Adepts. If he loses these 2 Adepts though, this Prism will have no utility. It's really important that he keeps at least 1 Adept alive. He's doing a really good job. Oh my god. Classic, how did you pull that off? He somehow managed to save that 1 HP Adept. Some really nice blocking micro. Right here, his prism is now out as well. He should be going for an attack here. Where is his mortal? What? This has to be a misclick or something. I'm very confused. His immortal is out of position. I guess he just wants to harass on his own while defending with the immortal. That feels... Oh, he finished his battery. He finished his battery. That means he cannot get back into his main. He needs to recall. Does he have energy? Doesn't have energy for recall quite yet. He needs to recall. That's so late. His probes are in so much danger. 6 probes going down. He is trying to get some counter damage, but Classic is pretty much ready for this. That sentry even gets picked off there. Another probe goes down. 1 more probe is going to go down. 9 probes versus 4. So far, this is going extremely well for Classic. That is just really perfect play from Classic there. Now this space is also going to be in trouble here. Is he going to go for it? He could warp in 2 stalkers here and try to take that out. Or he's just going to go back for the sentry. Crater not truly paying enough attention. Gonna get chased. There's a battery here, though. Should be fine in the end. Now he's gonna move out on the map, and this is the problem with a proxy robo versus defensive robo. Cannot defend his proxy anymore. It's going from bad to worse. He has to spend his money on probes. He's trying to get glaives out, but the problem with glaives is that you need a lot of adepts. How many adepts does Crater have? He has 2 adepts. That upgrade is not going to be efficient here. Proxy gets taken out by Classic here. Oh, this prism nearly gets taken out. We're going to see some stalker micro. We need to see a prism chase here. Is he going to get it? He doesn't go for it. Goes back to save his stalker over there that was stuck, but if he had gotten that prism back, maybe there's a small chance. He's going to move out with 2 immortals. That's not going to really work out. Raider is going to have to play defense here. Tables have been turned. The devs are scouting for information what units Crater has. He's gonna go blink here, which is a really nice call, because Crater cannot build more than these 2 immortals that he already has. He lost his robo. So these blink stalkers are gonna be very effective later in the game. This is very dicey by Classic, by the way. I mean, 1 HP prism with 2 immortals, and do you really want to risk your game on this? The Crater is gonna move out here. He wants to get a glaive timing. His glaive is nearly finished. He should have a pretty strong time. These 2 immortals are showing up in the first time. Crater, though, has nothing to defend this. Classic is not even taking a second base. He's gonna defend on the ramp. What is Crater gonna even fight into? Have to fight up a ramp. That's gonna be possible because of these force fields. Force fields will block any kind of potential attack. You try to shade up the ramp, but is it gonna work? He's gonna force field now. These adepts are trapped. He's gonna try to do elevator into the main with the prism, but the prism is not gonna get sniped quite yet. Pretty good micro by Crater. He needs to save that immortal, though. He's not gonna save it, and GG or W gets typed out. And Classic just played a perfect game there. He did get a bit lucky on the gambles, of course. That's the PvP way. And Classic just seemingly always gets lucky on these openings. And at some point, you have to assume that it's not luck. Classic really knows how to read his opponent. So really well done by Classic. Pork cutlet is great. Katsudan. Katsudan is just a pork cutlet bowl, but I'm having with curry, which I think is... Comes with egg. I like eggs too. And I like having curry and pork cutlets, and then I fry my own egg. Like, I could add an egg to my my curry bowl. I pay like $1,000, but I can just like fry an egg at home. Save the money, man. What I usually do. I also like buying avocados. Then if I order like a rice bowl, I just add the avocado to it. Better than paying like $5 for some slices of avocado at the restaurant. Still some oatmeal left. Score is 2-3 now. Let me check. So Team Solar is Up 3-2. But they still have to take out Classic. That's a tall order for anyone. Maybe it's time to send out Solar or Maru. Like, I don't think... Who else is on this team? I don't think Rogue is gonna beat Classic. I don't think Bunny... I don't think Bunny's gonna beat Classic. Okay, they send out Maru. So Team Solar is truly showing respect to Classic, sending out arguably their best player. Try and take him out. But it's gonna be tough. Very tough. The bottom left. The blue Terran playing for onside and representing Team Solar, it is Maru. Top right, we have who is sending out a very early probe. It is Team Captain, Classic. And he's sending out a very early probe for a proxy. Maru, known for his greedy openings, could get punished by this actually. I don't think Maru would expect Classic to go for something like this. Classic usually so confident in his macro game. Most players would not expect him to gamble his life on a proxy, but that is exactly what Classic is going to do. He's showing no fear here. I really love this by Classic. Of course, there's no way to tell if this will truly pay off in the end, but I like the thinking behind it. I like the courage. Will Maru play 2 gas? If he plays 2 gas, that's probably a lot better for Maru. But if Maru chooses to just expand on 1 gas, that's a lot of trouble, and it does look like Maru is playing 1 gas expand here. This is very, very dangerous. Hello, Stu. Stu, I guess. Oh, hello. This proxy gateway, 2 proxy gateways from Classic. This is a very committed proxy. Sometimes you'll see only 1 gateway proxy, but Classic is going for 2 here. Probably gonna make a Zealot right away. And a core at home. So this is gonna be like maybe 2 Zealots into 2 Stalkers. And we have Maru here playing the greediest opening in the game. It's Marine first. Expand. And unless this Marine gets very lucky and scouts this location, which I don't think it will, this should be just game over. Yeah, I can speak some Korean, but I'm not that good. We still see a tech lab. Okay, this is interesting because if this was a reactor, the reactor takes forever to build and it's kind of useless against this. But with a tech lab, maybe you can get something out here defense. Still gonna be very tough to defend this. 2 Zealots on 2 Stalkers that are being chronoed. Very menacing. Marauder is probably better than the reactor, but I don't think it's good think it's good enough. I think Maru has to cancel this base right away. As soon as he sees these 2 Zealots, he needs to cancel and build a command center on the high ground. Cancel, cancel. Oh, he doesn't raise the depot. Wait, that's a huge mistake, no? He's gonna try to save it. No, that is not the play, Maru. Yeah, he realizes. For a second, Maru was thinking of trying to save his command center, but that would be a mistake. You need to cancel and rebuild on the high ground, probably. Or just not rebuild at all. Honestly, Classic, I'm not sure if he should have gave Maru that time. Like, maybe he should have just went up the ramp right away and started doing more damage. That base might have been forfeit anyways. Stalkers are putting in a lot of work here. This Marauder is just 1 HP. He needs to be very careful. This depot gets repaired last second. Really well done by Maru, but he's losing a lot of workers. Very tough. Nice. The bunker does get finished. You see that they'll get picked off. We should probably see some pickoffs on the SCV. The depot gets saved. That's really nice. And it looks like Maru, he's decided not to remake that base. He's gonna all in on 1 base with 3 racks. So it's quite a crazy decision from Maru to not rebuild the base. But it does make sense. Makes sense if you consider that that you've already committed to 3 racks, and if you build a command center, you can't get that production that you need. Maru, he's gonna gamble it on a 1 base all in. Classic building a sentry, so he's eventually gonna get a scout on this. Maru trying to get down the ramp. He doesn't want to get force fielded out of the ramp at some point. So if you get the low ground now, it's better. Classic not committing to any tech buildings. Okay, he does have a tech building here, but he does not have the gas to use it. Alright, is this too early for Maru? Can he really fight these gateways? I don't think so. To chill and wait for a couple more Marauders, I think. Will we see charge? I think we will see charge here from Classic. That's the safest option you can go for. Considering that Maru does not even have second base. Classic should probably consider going charge. He's not quite doing anything yet. There's a lot of Stalkers though. Is he fighting just a bit too early? Is Maru? Very hard fall to the cut. Marauders are very strong against Stalkers. 2 more Warpins coming in though, and I think that's going to be enough. Push back Maru. Stem is finished, but there's no bio left for this push to really work. Classic is going to defend it with just Stalkers. Yeah, my food did arrive. That was very fast. Classic is looking like to be in a very strong position here. We even see a Dark Strike going up. It could be a bit risky for Classic, but at the end of the day, this just looks so favorable for Classic. I think Maru could have waited a little bit longer for Stem. If he had Stem during that fight, it'd be a different story. Maru actually getting 2 medevacs on one base. That's very interesting. We do see charge coming from Classic, so he knows that Maru is playing a 1-base build at this point. May as well play as safe as possible. Even a Widowmine coming out. This is so strange from Maru. I don't think Classic is expecting 2 medevacs to be out though. And without Blink, these Stalkers could all be in trouble. Wait a second here. Maru could make an insane play here. Surrounding these Stalkers. If you do this right, Maru can kill every single Stalker. Really well done. Very quick responsive recall by Classic, but he still loses 2 Stalkers and 2 are going to go down. Classic making the best out of a bad situation, even killing a Marauder. But now this gets dicey, right? These DTs could do something, but they also might not do anything if Maru saves scans. Maru is saving scans, seems like. He's gonna have 1 scan here. DT does get warped in. Maru probably sees that. What is Maru gonna respond with against these DTs? CT is trying to slice up Marines, but it's kind of lagging behind. CT goes across the map. Maru lifts up. He knows what's happening. Oh, that's very smart by Maru. He's gonna go for a Raven. This DT is a bit of a nuisance. You do want to scan that eventually. He probably wants to save the scan for the natural so that the no DTs in the natural can get warped in. Gonna go right for the pylon. We see the scan come out, and this DT is not doing this. Maru making magic happen right now against Classic. The batteries all get unpowered. They all have full energy. He's gonna try to save the ramp, but he's gonna lift up an elevator into the main base. This is so crazy from Maru, but there are just no units here and no batteries. Zealots are not really putting in the work that they need to, and Classic has somehow been broken. He does have enough money for more DTs, but the Raven is on the way, and there are no Warpins available because of the unpowering of the gateways, and this is just looking horrible. He's trying to kill the final CC to get rid of the scans, but it doesn't matter. 1 more scan is available, and the Raven is done. Perfect play from Maru here, and somehow Maru has defeated Classic in what looked like it's a completely defeated position. We're making magic happen here. Classic is trying to make something happen, but with a Raven out, there's really no potential at all. 1 more DT comes in here, but I think Classic knows he's just, well, he's dead. He's trying to warp in another DT, but what about that Raven? Like, there's no win condition here for Classic. I think he's cooked. I forgot to do the scores, by the way, but it's that's the score. Not to waste a scan, but I mean, this is just pure copium. He has no base. The guy has no base. Maru's probably wondering what Classic is even trying to do here. He has 4 DTs. That probably wins the fight against this. Raven joining up here now, and turrets are gonna save the day. It's just CGG now. Yeah. All right, let me get my food. BRB, guys. food is here. But we're already jumping into the next game, so I don't think I'll have much time to eat. But it's gonna be Maru versus ByuN, which I actually really like this call. To send out ByuN here, because ByuN has very strong TVT, and Maru's TVT is a bit shaky sometimes, so I kinda like it. In the top left, for onside gaming. Playing for Team Solar, it's Maru. In the bottom right, Maru's friend, playing for Shopify Rebellions. Classic, it is ByuN. A bit of a brain fart there. And nothing really happens in the early game. Maybe I can eat a little bit of food. Maybe. I got some curry tonkatsu. I love curry. Hard to beat curry in terms of flavor. What's the difference? It's the Japanese tonkatsu. I'm not sure what the difference is, like flavor wise or like food wise. Maru opening 2 gas versus ByuN opening 1 gas. I'm not really a TT expert, but obviously ByuN going for a quick expand here. Japanese tend to be a higher quality and more. Maybe that's why this place is a bit more expensive. This is a Japanese restaurant, so I got Japanese curry. I don't really like Korean curry. Korean curry just kind of lacks the depth, the umami, I feel, that Japanese or Indian curry has. So yeah, I usually go with Japanese where I can when it comes to my curry. Curry tonkatsu bowl. It's very delicious. Little fight going on here. Maru opening 2 gas. He just want to get some damage done. The ByuN looks pretty well set up here. He might need a bunker if he wants to be safe. Didn't even know Korean had their own curry. Oh, absolutely. It's like the bright yellow curry. And they put potatoes and carrots in it. Maru trying to go for some pressure here. Reaper's just poking, not doing much. Maru's gonna go commit to 3 Hellion, or 3 Reaper, 2 Hellion. A very committed push from Maru. Don't have enough units to defend that. He is still continuing marine production, but this Cyclone is not gonna be out in time. This is gonna be quite the fight here. Not quite convinced that ByuN can defend this upcoming push from Maru. Reaper's 2 Hellions versus 4 Marines, Reaper and a Hellion. This is going to be a crazy fight. Grenades are going to be really important here. These Marines are left alone on the Reaper. Grenade comes out. Oh, this is a very close fight indeed. Reaper goes down for ByuN, and this is not enough units left behind. Cyclone is going to be out in a moment. And this does buy enough time for the Cyclones. In the end. Yeah, ByuN does hold with a 2-worker lead. Is it delicious? It is so delicious. I was so hungry. I want to eat and not cast, but I have to cast. I need Ryung's observing. Ryung, go. Is this Ryung? This is someone's observing. Alright. I don't know who's observing that is, but I feel like they did a pretty good job. Third command center coming from ByuN here. Command center from Maru. They're pretty much evenly timed. Maru's is actually a bit quicker. Maru is maybe perhaps taking the economic lead here. Most players opening for a Raven. PvT, you usually just go Ravens. The interference matrix is very powerful against these tanks. Phase are seemingly timed, so these players are pretty much mirroring each other. I don't know who's ahead. ByuN does have 2 more workers, but the quicker command center, that should be about much even. These TVTs can't go for a while, so perhaps this will give me time to eat. See, someone else is observing. I even make sure. Even look at someone. Okay. Who is observing this? Let's rate this guy's observing. Two Cyclones versus 1 Marine. Maru gets the easy pick off there. Yeah, I know my observing is bad, but isn't my observing better than this? What am I walking at? Wait, this can get killed by auto turrets. Hold on a second. ByuN making a bit of an oopsie here. I'm gonna lose his tank to just 2 auto turrets. This is disastrous, actually. He has 1 tank here remaining. Cyclone's locking onto the command center even just to be annoying. Maru rallying everything across the map. ByuN, what does he really have? He has 1 tank here. He's sending a 3 Raven harassment, but that leaves his home base undefended. Gonna send out a lot of turrets here. It's gonna be very tough for Maru to deal with. But 2 tanks versus 3 Ravens. I mean, Maru has the advantage here. He decides to go for it. Probably busy dealing with these turrets. Oh, he's actually gonna stem on here. This is a really nice play by ByuN. Who's gonna win this fight? It looks like Maru will win, but he did force out 3 turrets, which means that these tanks cannot get interference matrix anymore. ByuN somehow making some magic happen here. Maru trying to pick up into the main base. Interference matrix does exist, but it's kind of useless if your own tanks are not in range. Maru is saturated on the third though, and ByuN is not. Turrets continue to be a nuisance. Medevac drop coming. You're gonna lose a Raven. Only 1 remaining remaining. So ByuN kind of sacrificing his Ravens just for some harass. Maru has saved 3 Ravens, which will continue to provide value throughout the game. So I am liking this for Maru. His upgrades are a bit delayed here though. Drop has no contention. Where are the units from Maru actually? Quite difficult for Maru to deal with. He doesn't have the bio units here to deal with this. Siege tank is on the way. Gonna have to sacrifice so many. Oh, this is a huge miscalculation from Maru. That was a very bad play. He's gonna lose everything instead of just losing some SCVs. He's gonna lose absolutely everything. 2 medevacs are now here to heal up the units, but there's only 1 Marine. ByuN taking a massive lead. The front interference matrix go off on 3 tanks. Is that gonna be enough? The interference matrix does wear off eventually, and ByuN makes the hold. Worker counts are even, but these Marines are still not dealt with, continuing to kill SCVs. Oh no, ByuN is just really destroying Maru here. The worker counts are starting to favor ByuN. Upgrade lead is in ByuN's favor. He forgot +2 attack like usual. Nice little cut off from Maru, killing off a medevac, but not the full medevac, unfortunately. But the problem here is that ByuN is up in workers and he's up on upgrades. What does Maru have in return? Well, he has nothing. He has absolutely nothing. He has a smaller army, smaller worker count, and worse upgrades. Maru in a lot of trouble here. He probably has to attack and make something happen. But he's getting spotted by this watchtower. ByuN knows exactly what's happening. He's gonna catch Maru off guard with perfectly positioned tanks, and Maru, he's gonna have to boost out and get out of there. But yeah, now it's just looking very grim. Can't really just turtle your way out of this, I think. Maru recognizing that he's not building any SCVs, just trying to make army units to somehow get a miraculous fight. Three Marines coming in here, just trying to annoy Maru, get him out of position. But this is a real attack here, trying to get Maru. The Maru is out of position. These units can come in, maybe snipe a tank. It's gonna be costly, but he gets the tank. The tank medevac going into the main now. ByuN is being so efficient with all of his units. Who is gonna win this fight? I mean, I think ByuN cannot push into here, but what's 2 Marines and a tank is gonna be good enough probably. Maru does defend well there. Drop into the natural. Liberators are sieging on the tank. That's so annoying for ByuN. Maru is so somehow making this pretty hard for ByuN. This tank is gonna get destroyed as well. ByuN probably doesn't realize that Maru has no workers left. ByuN actually can just do nothing here and win the game. But ByuN is trying to force the issue, and it's kind of resulting in some problems for ByuN. Now Maru is going to move across the map with a very big army. ByuN defends well, it should be fine, but ByuN makes a little mistake with the micro. It could be game over. Liberator doesn't get quite caught off guard, but this is a lot of units. ByuN in a pretty good position here. Just set up his tanks into this choke point. Maru will have trouble pushing into that. Maru is going to try to push forward with the Liberators. It's a nice little interference matrix on that, but huge tank shots go off in exchange. In the end, I mean, I feel like this is not too bad for Maru's yet. He's trying to make something happen. He's going to need some tank shots that maybe he shouldn't. Maru probably doesn't... I mean, ByuN probably still not realizing that Maru has been going completely all in on this. Even starting +3 armor right now, you need to defend ByuN. Do not want to be investing into stuff that comes in 2 minutes later. Liberator's gonna siege up here. These tanks have to go back. He's gonna lose a tank even. That's very painful. This tank is red HP. Maybe Maru can just push forward. He's gonna try to counterattack, but ByuN is just sending it apparently. Is that gonna really work for him? Liberators go down. Nicely done by ByuN. Only loses a couple Marines and kills all the Liberators. Maru is also trying to send it here, but there's just not enough units for Maru here. Double medevac is gonna be absolutely devastating here. Maru has no units at home. Now completely all in at the front. The front is so well secured by these tanks. ByuN kind of going forward unnecessarily, but it's alright. This CC is going down. These Liberators are going down. And Maru just has nothing really left. He has to go for one final ditch effort onto this natural base. This is a nice concave here for ByuN. Maru trying to pick up into the main. It's a smart, cute idea, but ByuN is very ready for it. ByuN was not born yesterday, and he wins the game very convincingly in the end. Well done by ByuN. My food is getting cold. My food is getting cold while I'm casting. No. Like this, bro. Hello, 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 guys. They start the game so quickly. I can barely eat between. But in the bottom right, playing for Shopify Rebellions, it's ByuN. And in the top left, I have player who's trying to take out ByuN, who just took out Maru, Rogue. They send out Rogue to beat ByuN. I think it makes sense. Rogue is very good in ZVT. But I still favor ByuN overall in this matchup. Let me check the score so I can fill that in for you guys. Right now it's 4-3. ByuN going for another CC first, so we saw him go for CC first earlier this tournament against Solar. Seems to really like this build. Rogue sending his overlords out, trying to scout for any potential proxies. There is of course nothing here. Very standard from Rogue. You're gonna see both players just play pretty standard stuff. No crazy proxies or anything like that. But I do think that I do feel that ByuN and Rogue will probably go late game here. ByuN, of course, he's a very aggressive player, but he tends to macro behind his aggression. And Rogue is really well known for his late game at the moment in ZVT. Rogue known for his mass changeling style, where you just build a billion changelings and then you put 90 swarms everywhere. And I've heard a lot of Terran players say that this is actually a very difficult style to deal with. The Rogue perhaps itching for that late game so he can bring out his style. It's his third there. ByuN going for a factory after his barracks, so probably gonna go Hellions. Reactor follow-up, so he's gonna go Hellions, is the factory probably. Now he's gonna build a starport because he has the gas. The mirror is a starport just like late. He was gonna use it as civic. 4 links coming down here, 2 marines, probably enough to defend this, but can he save the deep? Yes, he can. Rogue's actually gonna fight this. This is a pretty good fight for a Terran, I think, in the end. Problem with these fights is that, sure, in a box, 4 Zerglings can beat 2 marines, but with SCV support, that turns down very quickly. So, Rogue gonna lose 2 links for free there. Perhaps even gonna lose 2 more links if these Hellions catch it. But speed finishes and he's all good. Rogue hasn't built a single Zergling since these initial ones. Turning up very hard here. Very different from Shin, who went for a lot of lings early, just to pressure his opponent. Rogue is just go for lots of drones. Putting on a couple lings now for the Hellions. Go back into drone production right away. ByuN following up with 3cc. Full wall here. Any kind of ling run by would be shut down very easily. He's gonna go for the same build that he did against Solar, where it's a Marine medevac drop and 3 Hellions. This is kind of a distraction drop, and these 3 Hellions kill some drones. I'm gonna see how Rogue has gonna react to this. He has 2 queens in position here. Does he have anything in the natural? It's gonna be quite scary for Rogue if he doesn't get anything. He does have his lings positioned pretty nicely here. I mean, trouble for Rogue though. This is a nice choke point for ByuN. Really nice choke point. He doesn't get a single link. Oh, all the links died and didn't kill a single marine. He gets 1 or 2 marines now. That was a very good trade. These Hellions are running back in. Very annoying for Rogue. Nice Evo block though. And Rogue Considering how badly that started, he did end up holding well there. ByuN following up was two very quick E-base. ByuN is playing very greedy behind this. If there's a Roach all in, then it could be very dangerous. ByuN. Former Rax is coming up here. No siege tank production yet, so indeed this is very, very blind from ByuN. Roaches would be very, very dangerous, but yeah, bailing this coming from Rogue here. No real danger for Rogue, or for ByuN. ByuN getting away with everything he wanted. Now he's just keeping the map control. Just going to go into a macro game where I feel that ByuN is going to be quite a bit ahead. Like his 1-1 is very quick. Rogue does not even have an Evo. Yeah, he's going to go for Mutas. Mutas can be good, but in this particular situation, I do not like the Mutas at all. I think ByuN is going to have a very scary 1-1 push. And if you're investing into Mutas during that push, you're pretty much going to die. So, important that Rogue has enough units. Doesn't over-invest into his Mutas while he's fighting. Now, ByuN, he might not even go for the 1-1 push, right? Like, he could go for a 2-2 instead. Makes a lot of sense. But depends on what ByuN's feeling and how risky he wants to be. Sometimes it's a bit risky to move out. But it looks like he is going to move out here. Once his 2 meta effects are out, probably he's going to wait for that. Actually, that's a really nice scan. He sees Mutas, so ByuN should know what to do here. I think ByuN should probably still move out, even though he spotted the Mutas. The thing about pushing out against Mutas is that your units could get trapped, and you can't really run away against Mutas. That's why it's a bit risky, but I think ByuN just has enough units here that Rogue is in a lot of trouble if ByuN moves out. He can snipe that. I think ByuN could just snipe every single one of those banelings with perfect micro and win the game. Rogue does not have baneling speed yet. He's gonna finish in a couple of seconds, and now Rogue should be safe on creep. However, a fight off creep could still go very poorly. ByuN just trying to deny as much creep as possible. 10 Mutas are on the way. Do we have missile turrets coming up for ByuN here? Not yet. I think ByuN has really played these missile turrets. Perhaps he thinks that Rogue will not even commit to the Mutas, but he is. For the Queens and just picks up with the Widow Mine. Small little connection for the Widow Mine. ByuN building those missile turrets now. Perfectly timed, because even if the Mutas were across the map, probably not getting here before the Mutas were out. So nicely timed turrets by ByuN. And we see these 10 Mutas flying across. They're gonna go into the natural, but mineral line looks pretty secure here with his missile turret. Upgrades do look a bit vulnerable. If you lose an upgrade, it would be a big deal. Gonna go for the gas first. This repairs that. Really important that ByuN keeps his E-base safe. Like, this is so important. ByuN a bit focused on the frontier. It's a lot of banelings though. Even if you don't have 1-1, these banelings on creep can be very powerful. It's the armory. He's gonna have to rebuild that for 3-3. 2-2-2. Once 2-2 done is done here, it could be very scary. He's gonna go before. Rogue is attacking very quickly. As soon as 1-1 is done, he went for it, and that was very well timed by Rogue. I'm gonna try to get out with these medevacs, but these Mutas have come for a reinforcement, and that is a perfect pick off by Rogue. ByuN getting punished for staying on the map. He's trying to do some counter damage, but that was a lot of units that he just lost there. Reigns in the middle, gonna fight these Mutas. Who is this good for? It's good for either player, I feel like. And if I drop going to the main, but this is so risky by ByuN. The problem with going into the main here is that you're never getting out. If you look at ByuN's vision, like, what's he gonna do here? He's gonna die of Mutas in a second. Can't get out, ByuN. You can't get out. You must have known that when you went into the main. ByuN going for some very risky decisions and ends up losing every single Marine there. He does have 2-2 now, but realize it when you have no units. Rogue showing some very strong play here so far. A very nice economy, and 2-2 is on the way for the Zerg. 3-3 has started up for ByuN. If you do get a 3-3 up, then maybe ByuN has a timing still in this game. He's gonna be up and upgrade for pretty much the rest of the game until Zerg gets 3-3, which is very nice, but his army supply is looking minimum here. The Rogue going into Hive as well. Vito's looking for some more harassment into his natural base. Really nice that ByuN left units here. You cannot let these E-base die. If these E-base die, you have no advantage in the game at all. Well done by ByuN. I think ByuN is just gonna chill and max out and hit a 3-3 timing. That's probably his best bet, right? Rogue perhaps thinking he should attack before ByuN gets 3-3. Gonna move out on the map here. Forces a stem, which is nice. Ultra Cavern on the way, Adrenal on the way. Rogue on 96 workers, that's so many. I feel like Rogue should try to trade if he's gonna go for that many workers. Oh, Medivac's getting picked up. ByuN caught sleeping a little bit. Does have a Thor to deal with his mutas, but one Thor is not gonna save anything. Medevac looking for just some creep denial. But Rogue is very ready for this. Now ByuN, oh, these burrow banelings are so scary, but luckily for ByuN, they're not positioned quite in the right place. A lot of banelings morphing right now. That's like a billion banelings. He's gonna go in with some banelings right now. ByuN not really looking, but he does split in the end. Nice trade for ByuN. Mutas are coming back home for the defense. I think Rogue is looking to just completely crush this push. But it's so scary for ByuN to move into here. There's so many banelings. So many banelings. It's like 100 banelings here, man. Huge mine shots on all those banelings. So these banelings are not doing that much. Rogue taking an absolutely disastrous fight there. I don't know what Rogue was thinking with that one. He had no link support. Here banelings is a bit questionable. Rin's gonna come here before these banelings are even morphed in. Oh, these banelings are not morphed in yet. Banelings are coming in from the bottom, but they are gonna get some decent connections. Decent connections for Rogue, and he's still maxed out. This 95 worker style is just so hard to really shut down. ByuN completely, pretty much all in on this even. He's only just now landing his 4th base. 3-3 has finished for ByuN, which means he has the lead. But Ultras are also coming out, and once those out, these Marines are going to look very, very bad. Here, just the spot movement is really nice. Still 2 banelings here. Oh, is Rogue paying attention? Oh, ByuN does not cross that. That's very nice. Mutas and Lings coming in for a counterattack. ByuN, he wants to attack, but he cannot when these counterattacks are happening. Luckily, these E-bays are already done, so ByuN doesn't really care about that. This base goes down. The Ultras are probably gonna do something here. I mean, I guess you can just pick up and run away, but he gets a nice baneling connection before that. These mutas trying to find value wherever they can. Some banelings morphing here. This is actually an orbital, not a planetary, so very easy for Rogue to move in there later in the game. ByuN trying to move in on the bottom left here. His Rogue is actually kind of out of position, but he has 20 banelings here. Can you split well enough against 20 banelings? Yes, you can. He only kills like 5 Marines, and his supply is getting a bit better, but these ultras are very scary. Without the full ultra upgrades, not as good. You see more Widow Mines and Literaries coming out from ByuN. I think he's recognized that ultras are on the field. Needs something to deal with them. Liberators are probably the answer there, but he only has like 1 or 2 so far in production. Very dangerous for ByuN. He needs to pick up and get out of here. Does save most of his units. He's gonna actually go into the main. ByuN always going for these crazy moves through a spore. ByuN also trying to out multitask Rogue here by attacking at the front. He needs to pay attention though. He needs to pay attention. He's not paying attention because he's busy with this. And this is looking like a very bad situation for ByuN. His supply has dropped massively. At the same time, Rogue also doing some counter damage of his own. That Thor actually takes out the Ultra. Very nice Thor there. These Lings are going to get owned because you don't have 3-3 yet on these Lings versus 3-3 Marines. Does kill the Thor at least. But you can't get out. ByuN always going for these risky moves, but you cannot get out when you go for a move like this against mutas. Does actually kind of get out, but still in the end he's going to lose everything. Look at Rogue's map vision here. He has map vision absolutely everywhere with these burrow Lings. Knows every move ByuN is trying to make here. ByuN, his eco is not looking good. And he's so far from maxed. He's gonna try to attack without being maxed. He's up against a maxed Rogue. Has Ultras and Banelings. It doesn't have 3-3 yet. This is maybe ByuN's one opportunity to get a good fight. To attack right now before 3-3 is done. But it's Marines versus Ultras. Who wins that? Even if you're up an upgrade, I think Ultras are still better. You just type every single bailing there, but you're overstemmed as well. Those Widow Mines are not putting in the value that you need to see. And Rogue, he's got such a big bank, and he's gotten 3-3 done now. The advantage is gone for ByuN. You guys are chasing down the loaded medevacs. Wow, those medevacs are all gone, and ByuN gonna try to make a defense here, but even if he defends, what is there for him in the future of this game? His Ultras are tanking so many hits from the Marines, they're pretty much invincible, and ByuN gonna lose every single Marine to this Banelings and he has to type GG. Really well played by Rogue. ByuN going for a very greedy build, and he got away with it, but Rogue just showing that it doesn't matter against him. Too good. My food has gotten cold. Very sad. Excuse me, guys. Now that Rogue has beaten Maru, sorry, ByuN, that means Team Solar has won the set, which means we're going to our ace match. There's only going to be one more match left, and going to be Team Solar's best player, Classic's best player. Kind of anticipating Maru versus Pro, or Maru versus Classic. I could send out Solar as well, of course. We just have one more best of one left. Wait, is that right? Yeah, it is. I believe we are on to our last match, guys. The ace match. Decide who takes the whole thing. Who will Team Solar send out and who will Team Classic send? I feel like they have to send out Classic because last week they sent out Hero against Maru. And Hero lost, so the Classic could have a better chance. And before our final match here today, I do want to shout out once again Intel, our sponsor, releasing a new processor called the Arrow Lake Refresh, and they're about 15% stronger in gaming performance. And we're gonna get a little discount for StarCraft 2 fans, so thank you so much Intel for sponsoring this event. And thank you to the Patreons, people who are supporting on patreon.com. Really appreciate it. Without you guys, it is not possible to run this event, so thank you to the StarCraft 2 fans and to Intel. And we're gonna have the last map on Taito Citadel. Who are gonna bring out? I'm very curious. Expect Maru versus Classic. I do see Classic in the lobby, so it's gonna be Classic. And they send out Maru, or they're gonna send out Solar. They even sent out Cure. Cure had a pretty good run today. But I do feel like you would not want to send a Terran player against, or like you would not want to send Cure against Classic. Because Classic has a very strong record against Cure. Solar has a pretty good record against Classic though. The Solar, I would not be shocked to see Solar. But I do feel like Maru has to be the obvious pick because Shin has joined the lobby, but I believe Shin has just been spectating every game. Crazy if it was Shin versus Classic. Not expect that. I think Team Solar is having a hard time figuring out who they want to send. Which is understandable. Who do you want to send? I don't really even see Maru in the chat channels. Maybe Maru is not gonna play. Who's it gonna be? They really take their time to decide. I guess for the teams, like, if you lose the team match, then you get no money. But if you win, you get all the money. They have to really consider. They're gonna send out Maru, of course. Maru has joined the lobby, so it's gonna be Maru versus Classic as our final match today. It's gonna be best of one. So it's do or die for both teams. Whoever wins this wins the tournament. So Maru versus Classic. I mean, we already saw Maru Classic today, and Maru won with a 1-base all-in. Somehow. It was a really crazy game, but Maru pulled through with some Maru magic. I don't think Classic's gonna allow that to happen again. Maru is ready. He says go go. Is Classic ready to rumble? We are loading in. We are starting the game. Both players are ready. Both players are not just fighting for themselves, they're fighting for their team. If you lose, then you get no money for your entire team, so a lot of pressure riding on this. We are loading into Taito Citadel, which is a pretty nice map for Protoss. And in the top left, representing Virtus Pro and his team, the team captain, it is Classic. And in the bottom right, we have Blue Terran, the GOAT of Terran. We have onside Maru. He has to make this happen for Team Solar. Maru, he's gonna proxy already. It looks like he's already sending out a worker for a proxy. Could be an engineering block, of course. I think Maru's gonna open up this game with an engineering block. Classic scouting for proxies. Yep, and Maru looks like he wants to block the second base of Classic, so he wants to make this game very complicated right from the get-go. Engineering block is going to come down here. Classic is going to not scout it, so Classic is going to scout it now, but it's kind of... Engineering bay is already pretty high HP. Classic gonna pull 3 more workers to try to get rid of this as soon as possible, but this engineering bay is already such high HP that I feel like this is very good for Maru already. Maru trying to go in here just to build the engineering bay a little bit more. Get a bit more HP on that to be a bit more annoying. This really delays Classic's base here. I mean, this is so many probes to pull. Usually, you just take the other base if you scouted to slay it, but Classic clearly does not want to take the risk of having to take a weird base, because it can make the game very weird and very dangerous for Protoss. So Classic playing very safe here. Starting to depth up. Chronos it. Maru taking his on the low ground. And going Marauders here, which is very strong as long as your opponent's not going for a Stargate. There's no Stargate on the map yet. Classic build as his tech choice. Free racks coming from Maru. Maru playing a very aggressive build on a map this big is very unusual. Maru showing no fear here today. Classic sending at that adept. Can it get any damage? It's gonna get caught by the Marauders. This is the worst case situation when you're going up against Marauders that you get caught. And the adept does die before finishing the shade, so already looking quite good for Maru. I like coming out here from Classic. Probably gonna go Blink here, just a very standard opening. I think this is what Maru wants. I think Maru wants to go up against Blink. I think he wants to go up against a fast third. Just wants to push in. He's going for 4 Barraxes. This is not a 3-Rex, this is a 4-Rex. And he's probably going to pull workers with this as well. He's going to go for a super big committed push. Classic, if he does not play 3-gate Blink or 4-gate Blink, I think he's in a lot of trouble. If you play a quick third base, here, you'll be in a lot of trouble. Classic is adding on a Robo, which is going to be nice. So I would like to see Classic add on at least 1 more gateway against this. Okay, he has on 1 more gateway. Of course, he doesn't know what's happening here. Could be any build in the world. Classic does seem to be going for the correct response so far. Well, taking a quick third against this is perfect. Maru gonna take the watchtower here, just preventing Classic from getting any kind of info by denying the middle of the map. So lets Maru know that there's no stalkers here to be annoying. Combat shield is about halfway done, so once that finishes, I think Maru's gonna go for his big push. Sending his workers down, so this is all do or die here for Maru. Going up against a 2 base Poros, but there's no shield barriers here, and the stalkers here are just not in position. This is going completely uncontested across the map. Usually you want to pick off units before they get here. Classic is just not even considering that this build is a possibility. Maru is just fully sending it. He's Classic, he is warping 3 more stalkers. He does need to warp in 3 units, but battery here, that's a big problem. Okay, he's gonna come in here, he's gonna stem, he uses the first stem up, Classic blinks away, he's gonna try to get out of here, but stalkers are getting caught by marauders and concussive shells. These probes are getting pulled off the line, but probes versus marines is never a pretty sight. A lot of stalkers here for Classic, but the probes are all getting massacred. Can Classic actually win this fight right now? He's blinking back, blinks back really well so far, and this is starting to lose a lot of momentum for Maru here. 20 probes have gone down though, and in the end, Maru, he is up in an income right now because he has a bunch of mules. Classic desperately trying to rebuild his probe account, but that was a... It's hard to say who was that was better for. I think it might have been a bit better for Classic because these stalkers are still alive. They can continue to poke at the Terran player. Classic start getting value now. Stalkers. That's the advantage that he has right now. These stalkers can pick off a lot of units, but Maru already waiting on this ramp. Classic's gonna go for the other ramp though. That's really nice. This Marauder completely isolated. Gonna get away, but only on one. Very nice. The Observer does get caught, but means to really do anything about it. Classic, nice blink micro here. Maru does have +1 on the way, so he's probably gonna make his second push align with 1-1, or just +1. Classic not even bothering to take the third base. He's gonna take a Templar Archive here. For Storm, and Storm would really shut this down if he gets there. Forward blink by Classic, very aggressive here. Really showing his confidence, but he's gonna get punished a little bit as well. I'm not sure who that was good for. If you look at the units lost tab, Classic has lost a little bit more. He's also mined a little bit. Battery coming up here for Classic. He's no intention of taking a third base. Maru, also no intention of taking a third base here. Even going up to 5 Raxes here. Is Maru? +1 only halfway done. I feel like Maru could be hacking a little bit too early here if he's not going to get +1. This Observer has seen everything. Maru's army is a bit stranded right now. Classic realizes this. Did use his blink here now though, so that's a bit of trouble. These stalkers do get their blink reset finally. Gonna try to save as many as he can. But it does still lose 2 stalkers. It's an even trade, I would say. But I do think it's a bit worse for Maru because Maru has a lot of units if you want Fallen work. Classic probably just gonna rely on his Storm to deal with most of the damage here. These stalkers are just here to get information and do a bit of harassment, really. The stalker here does a bad blink because of the bushes. Bushes preventing the full blink range. Get out. Nice scan from Maru. Sees the Storm. I wonder if Maru's gonna go for Ghost now. Go for Ghost. It's gonna delay your push quite heavily though. Pushing into this many High Templar, that's so very scary. What will Maru do at this point? He's just gonna start a 3rd command center, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, Classic's 3rd base is quite late, so you don't have to all in into this. Maru, and Maru recognizes. This Observer has been the MVP, by the way, just still alive and still getting information. Really nice for Maru if he finds it in, soon. You're gonna find that Maru is moving out here. Can't tell. They kind of look like he saw it, but he's not going for it. Said he's gonna go for the watchtower here. Prism does get caught. Is he gonna lose it? Has to sacrifice 1 High Templar to save it. I guess it's better than losing both High Templar and a Prism. storms are gonna land, but nice biker by Maru so far. Not taking too much damage there. Storm goes off on these Marauders. These Marauders are gonna get caught by the force fields. Very nice by Classic. This is all energy that is being used here. Does he have enough storms to follow up on this? This Prism is so low HP, but it's holding two very important High Templar. Maru gonna get pushed back here. Ghost Academy is not yet done, so it's gonna be a while before he has the true counter to these High Templar. Observer's still finding everything because these Observers from Classic are just such a nuisance. Let's scan one of them. Maru gonna try to find a way to kill this fourth base. Have a nice drop here. Classic really in position for this. I don't think he is. Maru might get the cancel on this fourth base if Classic is not gonna respond. I think Classic is responding now, but Maru is already here. A close cancel, but I think he gets there. Drone drop goes off, hits a lot of bio. Quite a bit of damage. This Prism is so low HP, it's very risky. Do anything with it. Wouldn't mind here. Could even get the Prism if you're not paying attention. Clears that up very nicely. Still scouting for a potential third base coming on that location, but Maru has taken the triangle. Ghosts are now on the field. One nice EMP could really change this game. Maru's supply does not look too healthy here though. The Protoss is even supplied with a Terran that's usually good for the Protoss. Classic's gonna come up here up this ramp. Very close. He has a 1 HP Prism. That's so risky to send that Prism in. Ends up losing it. It does save the High Templar, but it only gets a storm before dying. Classic, he's been kind of pushed back here. He does not want to move into a fight without a Prism. No Prism means no reinforcements. The Observer is seeing everything though. Classic waiting patiently for his army. Maru not really paying full attention here. Tries to fight into a billion storms. His units are all orange now, and that's very scary for the Terran player. Does have some medevacs alive at least. Maru going for a mine drop at the same time. He is trying to keep Classic under the pressure. But these units are so low HP as Maru. You just have to go home and heal up. Like, does add on his 5th and 6th gas here. Maru thinking about the next stage of this game. Keeping this medevac here with a mine drop. Prepare everything up with SCVs and heal everything up. So Maru just gonna take a chill until he's healed up. Don't really see 2-2 on the way for the Terran player. So Maru, he is taking a 4th base, but he is not considering his upgrades right now. Could be dangerous later in the game. Supply is looking quite good though. Classic trying to probe up. Medevac just kind of dies. In this final game versus Maru in Classic, looking at it to be a really close one. I mean, this game started off with a 4 racks all in. Somehow we ended up with Maru slightly ahead here. I feel like we saw some clips from Classic. This is the Warp Prism and the High Templar so far. Gonna need to see Classic play a bit better than that if he wants to get back into this game. So Zout run by here. Maru has been struggling with Zout run bys, I feel like, in his game so far. But if you're not really gonna attack at the front at the same time, then very easy for the Terran player to just deal with this. It was a bit uninspiring from Classic, but he's trying to get 2 Colossus right now. Once he gets 2 Colossus out, he probably can start fighting against the Terran. The Terran is not really too worried about the fact that the Protoss is taking up. Terran is happy to take a 4th and get 2-2 on the way. Perhaps get Liberators eventually. Maru just checking here, and just in case Classic has somehow taken the gold base. And Classic's worker count is what really scares me here. Usually Classic has 80 workers or 90 workers even. This particular game, Classic has not been able to probe up to where he wants. He only has 73 workers. Classic is probably going to have to make a very strong push happen. If it doesn't work, he's going to... Prism full of Zouts here. Does Maru have any missile turrets in his base? He does not. So this Prism could wreak a lot of havoc if Maru is not careful. Would really like to see Maru start securing himself with some turrets. Prism He's gonna get in for free, and now this is very scary for Maru. Does Maru notice his prism? And he hasn't noticed yet. Now he's noticed. How many units does he have at home? He does have a fair bit of units actually. And some Vikings to clear out the prism, so that's very nice for Maru. Does he leave enough behind for this base? As in Classic is not really in position. So Classic, he does get the prism in, but he's not able to connect his moves together, you know? Not able to get that 1-2 punch. And Classic just has to go home and rebuild units. This is very good for a Terran usually. Now Classic does have a timing still before 2-2, but I don't think he's gonna get there in time. Maru scanning the army. He sees 5 Colossus. Even a 6th Colossus on the way. What is the Viking count looking like? Viking count's only at 7. I think Maru should ideally have at least 10 Vikings here. And we do see him add 2 more Vikings on. Our starting place 2 ship weapons. He probably wants to get Liberators eventually with... I scan on Classic's army, just keeping track of it. You don't want to get caught out of position. Are also considering that the prism could be back in. Hurts. Classic has taken pretty much every base here. Very scared for a Terran player. Type goes off. Actually does get a High Templar. Very nice. No, run by thinking of doing something here. Does he have an observer for it? No observer by Classic means there's nothing to kill those cloaked ghosts. Huge EMPs on all the High Templar. EMPs on everything. Those are... Oh, this is a huge fight for Maru. Classic is getting absolutely demolished here. These Colossus have no support anymore. These Archons do finish up, but... Huge fight for Maru. Maru is still holding strong at 170 supply with a big bank. These Zealots are not going to do anything. They're probably just going to buy a tiny bit of time, but Maru smells blood in the water. He doesn't care too much about these Zealots. He just wants to attack right now. Just need to take in the middle of the map. Ah, this cloak is so huge over and over again. Classic, he really needs to build more observers. This is army. Ghosts are all at home though, so does Maru really want to attack without the ghosts? I just feel like it could be a bit questionable. Now that warp in here. Classic trying to defend. He does have some more storms. 2 Colossus are out, but there's nothing for these Vikings. Big storms landing on the Vikings. Another Colossus coming from top. Where are these Colossus even popping out from? That's the last storm from Classic. He has no more storms. But Maru, his supply, looking a little bit on the weaker side now. So I think he wants to go home. Just remake his army. So Classic does survive. But that was a very good situation for Maru in the end. Does have this gold base as well, which is very scary. I think Maru needs to find a way to shut this down. 2 more Colossus on the way. It does seem like Classic is committed to the Colossus approach. 1 mine drop here again. Classic moving out on the map with just a very small army. Probably trying to scare Maru into not attacking, but I don't think Maru is going to be that scared. To push into this top side here. Nothing Classic can really do about this. He probably just has to give up this base if Maru attacks. Try to save as many probes as you can. But I don't think Maru's going to let that happen. Those 14 probes or 13 probes. Classic wants to punish this move out from Maru by flanking him perhaps, but his army supply just isn't there yet. Kobe still mining so much while Maru doesn't know. Another cloaked ghost. Does he have an observer this time? He does, but he's still going to get a huge EMP. How is Maru getting these insane EMPs over and over again? Still 2 High Templar in the back. Trying to get a nice storm on these units. That's a very nice storm. Maru, is he overextending here? I don't know. A lot of Vikings to deal with these Colossus though. Nice Prism Micro by Classic, but the Prism gets sniped. And the Colossus dies and there's no more storm left. Trying to make more High Templar for more storm, but does he have energy recharge? He has energy. Oh, he doesn't have energy recharge. He just has some Orphan Archon, and Archons are not very useful here. Classic. Gonna get crushed by this push by Maru. But this all started with that 4 racks all in that Maru somehow converted into a victory in the late game. Well done by Maru, and peace to Classic and Team Solar. So that means Team Solar does get the win in the end. And yeah, that's 2 victories for Maru in the ace match as well. Last week we saw Maru versus Hero, and in that match, Maru barely won in a base trade situation. This game, Maru win and eventually wins against Classic. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. Turned out to be a pretty long stream again. But it was very fun. The matches were pretty fun. We get to see Solar and Maru win twice so far. I think Maru really is the clutch player of the GSL CK. Alright, thank you guys for watching. I'm gonna head off now. Welcome for the cast syntax. Thank you for stopping by. And I think we're done. I should double check if we're done. I'm pretty certain that Team Solar has just won. I'll check Wikipedia. So indeed, Team Solar has come out on top here. Yeah, thank you guys for watching, and once again, thank you to Intel for sponsoring this event. They have a new processor coming out, and processor is especially designed for gaming and heavy workloads. So if you have heavy workloads like myself, then I would recommend. Thank you to the Patreons, and thank you for everyone who's just watching on YouTube. And thank you to GSL and Soup for hosting this event. And peace out, guys. Bye bye.